S.S. Dhawan, Raghunath Reddy, S. Nurul Hassan, M.K. Narayan, Gopal Gandhi, and Mr. K.N. Tripathi, among others. Past presidents included the Advocate General S.K. Acharya and Speaker H.A. Halim, with Professor Shaugat Roy, Member of Parliament, as the current President, and Mr. Sitaram Sharma as Chairman, and yours truly, the present Secretary General. WEBFUNA has many records to its credit. The then SG, Mr. Sharma, was elected Deputy Secretary General and Director of the Asia Pacific Regional Office of the World Federation of United Nations Associations, Geneva, and under him 7 Asia Pacific regional conferences in Bangladesh, Japan, China, Mongolia, Thailand, and others were held. Our crowning glory came when WEBFUNA hosted a plenary assembly, the World Conference of the World Body with participation of 40 countries in Kolkata, which not even our national body, the Indian Federation, has been able to organize thus far. Not only that, it was to our glory that our WEBFUNA President, Mr. H.A. Halim, was elected President of the World Body in an election held in San Francisco, USA. The first Indian to be elected to that position. For Mr. Halim, it was his first exposure to the WEBFUNA, and in his acceptance speech, he attributed his victory solely to Mr. Sharma. The Tagore Institute of Peace Studies is also an initiative of WEBFUNA. We look forward to celebrating the 50th anniversary of WEBFUNA in 2029 under the leadership of our inspiring and visionary Mr. Sitaram Sharma. It is my privilege to warmly welcome you to this one-day regional seminar on India's neighborhood policy, the way ahead. We meet at a moment when India's neighborhood is not merely a geographic reality, but a strategic, economic, and humanitarian canvas shaped by shifting geopolitics, contested borders, connectivity challenges, climate vulnerability, migration, and the growing influence of extra-regional powers. In such a context, neighborhood policy is no longer about proximity alone. It is about trust, credibility, mutual growth, and sustained engagement. India's approach, rooted in dialogue, development, partnerships, people-to-people ties, and respect for sovereignty, faces both promise and pressure. The question before us is not whether the neighborhood matters, but how India can recalibrate its engagement to remain a net security provider, a reliable development partner, and a responsible regional leader. We are deeply honored that Ambassador Anil Trigunayat will inaugurate this seminar, bringing decades of diplomatic experience to frame our discussions today. We are equally privileged to have with us later His Excellency Mr. Ong Ong Meothen, Consul General of Myanmar in Kolkata, whose presence underscores the importance of dialogue with our immediate neighbors, and Mr. Sitaram Sharma for presiding over today's proceedings, and Professor Suranjan Das is expected for setting the intellectual context. With an eminent panel of scholars and practitioners, we look forward to a candid, informed, and forward-looking exchange, one that goes beyond diagnosis to offer ideas for policy, cooperation, and peace. I thank you all for being part of this important conversation with distinguished speakers and panelists we have having here today, covering different sessions. I also take this opportunity to wish one of our colleagues, Aditi, on our birthday today, who's here with us. A very happy birthday to you, Aditi. who has coordinated this entire program. Thank you so much. And I will now request Mr. Sitaram Sharma to come up, and along with that, our chief guest today, Ambassador. Please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Please come forward. I would like to present her a bouquet to celebrate her birthday. I didn't want to mention that. 1-7. 1-7.
For me, she's 16.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Still growing up.
She is the backbone of the Tagore Institute of Peace. Thank you. His Excellency Ambassador Sri Anil Trivinath, he has been India's ambassador to several countries, including Jordan, Libya, Malta, and in addition to that, he has been with several countries. Ekaterina, you will be happy to know that Ambassador Trivinath was in Russia for 7 years, and he also speaks very frequently Russian language. So be careful when you talk around with us. Friends, we have got members of the diplomatic corps here, academics, and when I thought of this program on the neighborhood policy, I decided to invite less of diplomats and more of the academics, because with my apology to Ambassador, diplomats, even after their retirement, they have their limitations. They can't speak beyond a point. Whereas academics, Tridevi, you know, can speak as freely as they want, and there are no restrictions. And today, we wanted to discuss the subject of the neighborhood policy very openly, frankly, and freely, because the subject is India's neighborhood policy, the way ahead. I think the critical point is the way ahead. Friends, why this seminar on neighborhood policy? Because we find that there are many questions. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi started very well by inviting a number of the heads of the state and the government at its inaugural ceremony. But after that, somewhere something went wrong. What went wrong that I will leave to Ambassador Trivirath. He will speak about it. You know, friends, I'll be very brief, but would like to make certain points and certain observations. As you know, the Chanakya, one of India's wisest figures in Indian statecraft, is revered for his unparalleled mastery of strategic diplomacy. He combined intellectual brilliance with practical action. His teachings on handling adversaries, diplomacy, espionage, and ethics are still relevant today and are often cited for their practical and sometimes ruthless approach in securing the national interest. Given Chanakya's focus on both ruthlessness and righteousness, the question arises whether these ideas are still relevant or not, particularly with reference to one's neighbors, and more specifically with regard to India's neighborhood policy. Navigated India's foreign policy in the initial years, all know. It was greatly influenced by Chanakya's Niti. Few people may be aware of the fact that Jawaharlal Nehru used to write under the pseudonym of Chanakya, and in those articles he will occasionally criticize its own government policy. Today, I have no hesitation in saying that the India's neighborhood policy is, to say the minimum, is under scrutiny, particularly with its relations with some of the neighboring countries, and we face challenges on that account. In June 2024, Prime Minister Modi took oath for the third consecutive term with leaders from Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka joining the inaugural ceremony, which was a landmark event, I will say. It was a bold statement of the intent of the Prime Minister, showing to the world that for India, its South Asian neighborhood mattered. The concept of neighborhood first had emerged in 2008 but received a push only in 2014 under the Prime Minister Modi. However, looking back at the last few years, India's foreign policy has achieved relatively little in terms of strategic gains. Instead, India has become an isolated and generally distrusted next-door neighbor. There are major grievances against New Delhi, and they are commonly shared among many South Asian nations today. And this is a matter of concern. Generally speaking, several smaller neighbors, including Nepal and Maldives, view India's action as high-handed and more towards intervention, rather than based on mutual respect. During my visit, while leading a Government of India think tank to a neighboring country, I was repeatedly reminded by our counterparts that India promises more but delivers less. And this has been a general complaint. It was in the context of the delays in implementing infrastructure projects promised by India, which has eroded confidence among neighbors. They contrasted it with China's rapid and efficient execution of projects under its BRI initiative. China's growing military and economic presence in South Asia, including investment and development aid, has emerged as a counterweight to the India's regional dominance. What is the way ahead? India's neighborhood policy must first and foremost focus on fostering trust, because the trust, I believe, is missing. Mutual respect and collaboration. Strengthening ties with its neighbor through economic, culture, and diplomatic initiative is crucial, not only for the regional autonomy, but also for India's global aspirations. There is a need for regular summits and dialogues to address grievances and strengthen trust. In this connection, there is also a need to encourage people-to-people relations and contacts to mitigate misunderstandings. I think this is very important because somewhere the people-to-people relations are somewhere missing. It is equally important that we focus on the soft power diplomacy through cultural and educational exchanges. I have seen how this soft power diplomacy can help in many ways. In my own, some of the very important visits to China, Bangladesh, I have seen that how soft diplomacy works. India should move beyond a somewhat hierarchical neighborhood first narrative towards a more horizontal neighborhood together ethos, where the smaller states feel they are equal shareholders. I think this is also very important. Somewhere this is also missing. Now, the neighbor should feel they are the equal stakeholders, not just partners or the junior partners. Emphasis must be placed on co-ownership of the regional projects in all the areas. This approach can be anchored in the emerging 5S framework: Samman, Sambad, Shanti, Samriddhi and Sanskriti. India's policy should be judged not by strategic outcomes, but by how well it delivers on mutual respect, sustained dialogue, shared prosperity, and cultural connectivity with each neighbor. At the same time, India must balance its security concern with neighbor sensitivities about sovereignty. Non-interference in the domestic policy must be met by non-tolerance of the cross-border threats. But both should be handled through dialogue rather than adopt measures. India should also deepen engagements beyond bilateral ties into multilateral and the sub-regional platforms. The strengthening of the BIMSTEC, SAARC and other Indian Ocean-centric groupings. Using these platforms, India should ensure that the smaller neighbors feel they are shaping the regional order, not just adapting to it. From the perspective of Eastern India, the Northeast must be treated not as a backwater, but as a living bridge to the neighborhood. Economic development and connectivity in the northeastern states are core to the neighborhood policy because they enable trade, tourism and people-to-people contact with Bangladesh, Bhutan and Myanmar and Nepal. The creation of border region special economic zones with relaxed visa and customs regimes could turn border towards into hubs of the regional integration. Soft power must be backed by substance in philosophical terms. India can draw on a synthesis of Chanakya and Gandhi. Chanakya's realism and strategic foresight combined with the Gandhian non-violence, consent and respect for dignity and the small states. Finally, India should position itself as a provider of regional public good. In this manner, India's neighborhood policy can move from a perception, which is very important. A perception has developed that India follows a policy of muscular dominance. Instead of that, it should be one of the mature, mutually respectful and deft diplomacy. As India's Foreign Minister Jaishankar has said, diplomacy is not about neutrality, it is about options, and it should be decided by the national interest. I think Ambassador Trigunath was in Bangladesh for many years. He knows Bangladesh very well, and I would like to request him specifically if he also, when he talks about the neighborhood policy, because Bangladesh is very important for us, he also speaks about our Bangladesh policy, because we know what is going on in Bangladesh, what is the situation in view of the ensuing elections, change of the government, how we can handle our relationship with Bangladesh, which is very important for the East India and particularly for the Eastern region. With these words, I thank you all, and may I request now the Ambassador Trigunath to please deliver his inaugural letters. Thank you.
Namaskar and a very good morning to you all. It is indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to be invited by WEBFUNA and IFUNA. I've been also associated with TIPS. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this very important initiative. It is an honor in a different way also, because I enjoy coming here to Calcutta, and more so with friends like Sharma ji. In fact, I must say that what Chairman Saab said and what Dr. Verma you said, if you combine the two speeches, I think we are done for the day. There is nothing really much that you can add. And I fully agree and concur with the approach what should be done. But at the same time, we also live in a real world. And the real world also has its real problems, which may not necessarily be considered in the standard formats that we always look for. So it is in front of a very distinguished, especially the academics who will be talking about it, are real experts in various matters. So I would not like to impinge a lot of theory on you. But I would like to bring certain practical dimensions of our relationship, how it has grown. And what I think personally, I'm no longer a diplomat. I'm also part of think tanks. I write as clearly as possible. Sometimes the government also accepts those recommendations. Sometimes they don't. It's their prerogative, because they know much better than I do or anyone sitting outside knows. So the few paradigms that we need to understand. Neighbors are real. You can't choose your neighbors. Think about your mohallas, your localities. There are people, all kinds. You got to live with them. So you got to find a way how to adjust to that reality. It's very important. Second point postulation I will make is that neighbors are a gift of geography, but they can be pains of history.
South Asian neighborhood.
And that's what we are looking at it, and it's a reality once again. A third point I would like to say, as far as India is concerned and its immediate neighborhood is concerned, very often the domestic politics militates against your very national interest. That also we are witnessing. Nearly all our neighbors have borders with our states. So our policy also is often dictated by our own domestic audience. West Bengal is a clear example as far as Bangladesh is concerned. Everybody is still talking about the Teesta settlement. Even though with Bangladesh we settled most of our boundary issues. We have UP, Nepal, we have Tamil Nadu for Sri Lanka, Punjab, Pakistan, Rajasthan. So what is very important is in this context, when you are looking at the immediate neighborhood, you have to look at your own domestic politics as well. And the foreign policy, in a way, is always a reflection also of the domestic policy of a country. Now, coming to our neighbors, what we are talking about is, what we heard was what India should be doing it. But it is a two-way street. So when you have certain neighbors whose fundamental policy is to give you 1,000 wounds or cuts, whose fundamental policy is to bleed you white, the holy principles of tolerance cannot yield the results that you desire. I am referring to our western neighbor Pakistan. India has always wanted very good relations with Pakistan. Even this Prime Minister went out of the way while returning from Afghanistan. Even his own team did not know that he is going to go to Pakistan. When Nawaz Sharif called him, he said, "You can't fly over Pakistan without visiting us." He decided to change course. He went to his family. As Sharma Sahab mentioned, that when Prime Minister Modi took over, he invited all the leaders from the neighborhood, SAARC countries, to be part of this oath-taking ceremony. That was his own idea, I must say. It was not necessarily the Ministry of External Affairs who thought, because things were still working out. But he said, why not invite our friends? The idea was that if our neighborhood is stable, it is doing economically better, it is good for us. So India's desire to do things with our neighbors essentially is driven by the fact that a stronger neighborhood is in India's strategic interest. And that's a fact. There are countries who would like you to be rattled around in your neighborhood only and not become a regional or a global power. China is one of the countries which wants India to be only consigned or confined to its neighborhood and has its own problems. So when we are looking at neighbors, it is not only our neighbor. There are external players. You have China, which has played the checkbook diplomacy in the region. So you can't say that China is not their neighbor, so it can't come. It's a reality. When you go in the real world and play the real games, it is important that other countries will play the same game or a different game, and you got to adapt to it very fast. We can't play the checkbook diplomacy game. We don't have that kind of heavy pockets, not at least now. It may be later. But despite that, we have carried on with our neighborhood first policy. Which means what? That it is a non-reciprocal policy. Whatever we are going to do for those countries, for their developmental agendas, for their progress, for their stability, for their democracy, we are not looking anything in return except that their land, their territories will not be actively used by any country against India's security concern. This is not an unfair expectation. I mean, at least this much you demand or at least expect from them. If you don't even do that, in that case, we have to start our own guardrails against such things. And that's what precisely we have done with such countries like Pakistan. That's a different game. I can in question answer talk about it. My book has just come out along with 3 other force people, Operation Sindoor, which details the whole history of relationship with Pakistan at the same time. Then let's look at other neighbors of India. Nepal. We used to believe in roti beti, that it's a relationship of roti beti. Means we are very close to each other, religion-wise, culturally, civilizationally, and that because we are same people, we should be together. Again, that's a fallacy. When you have nation states, they have their own priorities. And if I'm going to tell you that today your neighbors have also become equally smart, they also want to play the game of strategic autonomy. If they say that if India wants to follow a policy of strategic autonomy, why not us? But our strategic autonomy is not against the interest of some other country, or we do not resort to terrorism as an instrument of foreign policy like some other countries do. In Bangladesh, that was the major problem when I was posted there. There was a highly anti-India government. Before that also, the governments were like that. Sheikh Hasina's time, 15 years or 10 years, whenever she was there, at least the border problems and incursions and terrorism, extremism across the border had subsided to a great extent. That active cooperation. And that is the fear. Today, going forward, there's a similar kind of a situation happen. Today's situation in Bangladesh is extremely fluid. The current government in Bangladesh chose an easy option. The easy option is bashing India. That India has done everything wrong. I have told many of my friends, including the current, some of the leaders, that India is the only country which has been continuing to supply despite your accusations and abusing. We have not stopped supplying them food, supplying them electricity, or whatever they want, despite the kind of criticism has come through from there. Because we don't want people of Bangladesh to suffer. But the governments of the day want to continue on the same path. Not only that, the relationship with the same people who raped their women, who tortured them for years, today is the closest to them. But Pakistan. ISI has already started several office stations around. ISI is not, Pakistan was never too happy. I can tell you this from my personal experience, that Bangladesh was doing better than Pakistan economically. It was already coming out from the underdeveloping country status to developing country status. Its economy was doing better. Today, everything is in doldrums in the country. Let us hope that it becomes better when the new government comes. So India's stance throughout has been, we dealt with the government, our foreign secretary went there, our foreign minister met the Bangladeshi foreign minister, Prime Minister Modi was the first one to call Mr. Yunus, and there have been meetings as well. And we have clearly told them that we are ready to work with you to the extent possible, but we would like a democratic transition in Bangladesh. That has been the possible. Now, elections are slated for February 12th. You all know much better what is happening there than I can tell you. But more or less everything that comes out of there which makes noise and news is essentially something anti-Indian. Like they have cancelled this special economic zone. They are cancelling the factories, textile factories, or closing them down. You can imagine in Bangladesh, economic growth to a great extent was because of the Indian industry's involvement there. Because they are the ones who were doing, much better exports of textiles and yarns and other goods compared to India because of the GSP benefits and this that they got. So they were gaining out of it. So today what is, in my view, I consider it is like cutting your nose to spite the face. So that's precisely what they are indulging in. Whether it's a harakiri, only time will tell. But our hope is that the next government, whichever comes to power, will eventually see the reason that having good relations with India is better for them and better for the people. So this is something that is to be seen by the government. You know that Dr. Jaishankar was recently in Bangladesh. That was an extraordinary gesture during the cremation of Khalida Zia. Our High Commissioner has also met the Jamaat-e-Islami leaders. There was an interview by Nainima Basu on you may have read about it, with the deputy leader of the Jamaat-e-Islami. Now those people we have our experience with them. So you know how they are going to behave in general. But let's say they come to power. Now, would they still like to burn the bridge that sustains them? Is a big question. I won't name the people, but once my ambassador in Mongolia, Mr. Kushak Bakula, who was fighting for autonomy of Ladakh, asked the foreign minister that, you know, now you are in power and you always used to say in opposition that we'll do this, that. Now that you are in power, please do this now for us. He said, precisely because I'm in power. It cannot be done. So when you are in power, when you rule the country, then there are certain possibilities. No other country in our region has been able to provide the kind of assistance that India has provided to each of our neighbors. You have just seen 2 days ago budget was passed. The official development assistance which India has announced for all the countries in the neighborhood. But for Bangladesh, almost all have gone up or stayed on the same level. Bangladesh is reduced for two reasons. One is a symbolic message. The second is that several projects that were going on are not able to continue because of the kind of situation that prevails there. I also feel that although there is a Hindu community in Bangladesh which is suffering a great deal under these kind of political instability, and it is nothing that has come today or has happened today, it has always been there. In the 86 to 89 that I was serving in Bangladesh under Rashad, it was the government of the day which was inciting these kind of Hindu-Muslim violence. President Rashad would never refer to the 2 crore Hindus in his speeches. He will always only talk of 10 koti Manush. That shows the mindset. But ordinary people, I must say, still today, in Bangladesh, average Bengali, considered the Bengali culture is preeminent over his religious interests or is that was very, very important at the time. Over time, we have seen that because of the political manipulation, you have the polarization in the society. It's very easy to kill the people or murder those or rape those who are helpless or who are on the receiving side of the system. It happens in every country. It's happening in Bangladesh also. So, but it is not our responsibility to stop that. It is the responsibility of Bangladesh government, whichever government is in power, to see to it that these kind of excesses don't happen. At the end of the day, they are their citizens. So they have to take care of them. But as an international community, as a neighbor, we fear some kind of a migration and all kinds of onslaught that we have seen. India continues to express its concern and urges the government of Bangladesh to provide humanitarian relief to them, protection to them. There are many people who will say that India should do this and that. But we live in a world where sovereignty also counts. We adhere to the United Nations Charter. We will not like to do something which is going to be directly in contravention of the international law. India has not done that. So we have to continue to work with Bangladeshi government, and that's what I think. I can give you some figures exactly how much we have invested in Bangladesh if necessary. Nepal. One of the, in my view, the biggest problem with Bangladesh has been there is such a political instability in the country. Such frequent government changes that take place in the country that it's very difficult to have a consistent policy.
Prime Minister Modi was the first one to call.
One of the things that really, in my view, was
we
not
have
taken
told
by
them
the
that
ordinary people.
we are ready. Elections are slated
Was
for
the
February.
2015 blockade. Because it was not the political leadership of that country that suffered because of the action that they were taken, but it was the ordinary citizens. Very often the ordinary people feel that India could never do this to us. That's the faith there. And they started suffering it. Now when that happens, that's the most difficult situation to deal with. If the ordinary people start believing in it, then it becomes a very major problem. I have seen this when I was ambassador in Libya, how that happened, that anti-India stance that went on there. So we have to continue to work with them, provide assistance, and a lot of things that Sharma Saab mentioned are necessary to do it. Question comes of Maldives, another neighbor of ours. Now Maldives is, as you know, again, the political parties play one against the other, and the India bashing becomes a fashionable thing. All our neighbors, it's not something that is only because you are the big country, the big bully syndrome, and big brother syndrome prevails, so they think that we can only hit India. There is India Out campaign came out. And why I said the things will change is, the reason is we have two examples at least in our neighborhood. Maldives government came on the India Out campaign. Mr. Moizu tribe came with a bigger parliamentary majority also, not only as a president. Immediately thereafter, he realized that what was good for him was to have good relations with India. Today, and he even invited Prime Minister Modi to be the chief guest on the 65th anniversary. You would not expect that. Everybody was saying they're very close to China. China is very much there. Dragon is in every room. I mean, as simple as that. So we can talk about China in any case. So relationship has moved in a better way, much better way with Maldives. Come to Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan government also had very close relationship with China. They had these white elephant projects, huge debts they incurred. The situation became totally untenable. There was no other country in the world who came to their rescue except India. We provided $4 billion of assistance to a government that was until yesterday against you. And look, the people, because the whole purpose is that the people in the country realize that it's India that is standing for their own benefit and in their own interest. And you know that it is stabilized. We met the current president when he was planning to contest elections in Delhi in VIF meeting, and the Prime Minister both had come there. They had 3 seats in the parliament at the time. So nobody could think that they could come to power. Anything can happen. And they have, from the very beginning, including from his father's time, a fundamental opposition to India. We had a very frank discussion. When they came to power, they realized, and that visit was very important, that having good relations with India is going to be beneficial.
In the 86 to 89 that I was serving in Bangladesh,
and today we have an excellent relationship with
it was the government of the day which
But
was
we can't take
deciding.
anything for granted. Afghanistan, another country whose Pakistan has nurtured all the terrorists there. They're very happy that Taliban has come to power. And it's not from now. It's been since the 1978 against Soviet Union. That since then they have been, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and the United States have been funding these kind of mujahideens who will be turned into Taliban eventually. When the Taliban took over power, they told our ambassador that please don't leave. We have nothing against India. Please continue to stay here. Within a very short time, they approached us because they saw that in the last 20 years of US occupation of Afghanistan, only country that was helping in the reconstruction was India with $3 billion projects. I was on the board of another company called WEBFUNA, and we made the Salma Dam and all kinds of buildings there, which we gave and a gift to the people, because Afghan people, whether they are Taliban or non-Taliban, they relate to India in a very different way. And precisely that's the reason that India continued to provide humanitarian assistance to them irrespective of the regime. We were in the UN Security Council at the time when the resolution was passed. We expect them to respect women, we expect them to do the human rights, take care of the people. At the same time, the Americans, who were the paragon of our virtue, handed over power to Taliban after 20 years. They came to remove them and they handed over power to Taliban, signing Doha Agreement, in which very clearly they knew what is their ideology is. And then afterwards, you expect them to change overnight and become saints, or the Democrats as you are. But that cannot happen. That's an unreal thing. So why I'm saying is that reality must be seen, and that's why today India, I met the foreign minister. He had come here, the Afghan foreign minister, 2-3 months back. Then another minister came. They're coming here to India. They're looking for a lot of cooperation from India. They said, all these projects that you have created for us, please continue to maintain. We'll provide you security. So let me again tell you, in Afghanistan, our problem was not with Taliban, as far as security is concerned. It was with the ISI engineered. And Taliban is not a monolith. There are umpteen number of Taliban groups. Many of them were in close connect with ISI and the Pakistan military. So when we had attacks on the Indian embassy, it was not done by the Taliban by itself. It was the protege of the ISI. So our fear at that time was there. We have now upgraded our embassy and it's working well. We are providing them all the assistance. When we wanted to send 50,000 tons of wheat to Afghanistan through Pakistan by road, it became Pakistanis refused. They did not let us take it there. Created all kinds of difficulties. It was only that Pakistan, the Afghans then eventually put their foot down that the Pakistanis allowed. Thereafter, we used the Chabahar port and others to provide them all the assistance that we are doing. So with nearly all our neighbors, the relationship has gone through, I would say, turns. It's a sine curve sometimes. But we can't expect, like in a family, with your husband and wife, every second day there is a fight. We don't have that kind of a problem. So you need to have a simplified way of looking at things rather than in black and white. I look at the relationship with our neighborhood as half glass full, not as half glass empty. And I'm quite sure and confident that Bangladesh, which is today, was the biggest letdown for our foreign policy. Now, what is the major problem that I feel? Biggest problem that I feel was that we've, in my view, failed in our public diplomacy. It is not necessary to be identified with a particular leader. Yesterday you had a conference here, I think at the Inshallah Bangladesh book. Some of you may have attended that. You see, leaders are there, they keep coming and going. And I keep telling in Bangladeshi friends, when India has spent $8 billion in projects in your country, it's not for Sheikh Hasina. It is for the people of Bangladesh. If there is a bridge, there is a road, there is everything, that is for the people of Bangladesh. We need to communicate that to the people so that they understand. What we're talking about soft power, there is a lack of communication. So they get carried away by those myopic views that are perpetuated by their own people. So that is something I think with all our neighborhood it has to be. While we have to be benevolent, we have to be large-hearted, we have to be very sensitive to their requests, we have to try to handle them with kid gloves. It is important that they also understand India's imperatives. So there are no free lunches in this world. But at the same time, what we are doing is they should acknowledge. SARC. This last point I will say about SARC. Everybody said the SARC is dead. Now nobody talks about why it is dead. It is dead because the fundamental issue of terrorism is not being addressed by the countries. What happened in Op Sindoor? Most of your neighbors initially condemned, but nobody stood up with you when you took the Operation Sindoor. Imagine, I mean, you expect at least a certain sense of realization on their part. Publicly, we have seen what happened. Okay, we understand your limitations, you don't want to choose between India and Pakistan, fine. We don't want you to choose. But if you are their friends, try to put something into their minds. It's like a Bhasmasura story. It is going to bite you if you don't contain it now. So that's extremely important concern for us, and they have to deal with it. When we talk of, we are only talking about this neighborhood. We have East Asian neighborhood. We will hear from Myanmar Consul General today. India tried to blend its policy of Act East with Neighborhood First policy. with Act East. Then we have Middle East, which is extended neighborhood, where we have following this Link West policy or Act West policy. Frankly, sir, my view has been, and I've been writing about it also, time has come that if India wishes to behave like a power and act like a power, we should develop an Asia first policy, which should be a comprehensive policy, not necessarily neighborhood first, Act East, Act West, this, that, or Central, connect Central Asia and all that. It is important to have a holistic perspective, and then you have subsets of these relationships, so that tomorrow you are not going to say your neighborhood first policy is failed just because of that. You know the holistic way what is happening. And for us, Asia is our Karam Bhumi. So we need to develop in that sense. So I think that I'll stop here. I've already taken 5 more minutes extra. I'll be very happy to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you, Excellency. I think it has been an excellent country-wise presentation of our neighborhood policy. And finally, he has said that it should be our Asia focus policy, which is our Karma Bhumi. Regarding Bangladesh, sir, it is not only the noise which is coming from instead of the news. These noise is very disturbing noise. And since in West Bengal, being the closest neighbor, we are deeply worried about it. How to mend our relations, irrespective of who comes to power, which party comes to the power. I fully agree with you that country-to-country relations are much more important than the individual relationship. They do not count much. We had excellent relations with Hasina, but then after her ouster, if I can use that word, today we are facing huge problems in Bangladesh. We can understand about Pakistan, we can understand about China, because dragon is in every room, as you have rightly said, sir. So, sir, I think we will have to find a way, better way, a way to improve our relations with the neighbors. Unless we improve our relationship with the neighbor, I think we cannot have our geopolitical aspirations, our global aspirations, because that is very important. I have nothing more to add because Ambassador has said everything. As I mentioned, country-wise he has explained our policy of the neighborhood policy. So now I open the floor for the question and answers. Please direct your questions only to the Ambassador, not to anybody else. And please be brief, no observations, only the questions. Please go ahead. Yeah, please give your name and the treaty first.
Except Bhutan, and we take the model of Bhutan for the other respective countries, the immediate neighbor, because we have not mentioned, we have a very good relation with
Yeah,
Bhutan.
I did not, because there are no trouble as it is there.
So why? So can we take this as a model?
Well, we can't. Basically, I must say that every country should be handled in a different way. Well, each country had its own problems and issues. Bhutan, as you know, roughly about 90% of his budget is funded by India. Totally. I don't think we can take on all those countries in the same way. So that kind of a question will not apply. As far as Bhutan is concerned, it has been a historic relationship which has been based on trust. It doesn't mean that it's going to remain always like that. They are also talking to China. They're also having many other countries to deal with. Now, the role of external powers is also important in some of these countries that we are talking about. The current situation in Bangladesh is greatly attributable to our friends, comprehensive global strategic partner, the United States. Sheikh Hasina was managing rather well with India and Pakistan, India and China together. So, but with this, the United States saw a different kind of an opportunity, destabilize the regime to a great extent. They have tremendous power to do so, without knowing exactly what they're heading into. Gainers in this whole thing has been Pakistan and China. So this is something we have to be very, very cautious. With Bhutan, you can't take relationship for granted. For no relationship is so taken for granted. You have to nurture it regularly. That's very important. But in these places, because of the strategic reasons, and you know, it's not only that it's going to impact if our relationship with Bangladesh goes to south completely, then all your sub-regional projects like BBI and BIMSTEC and everything else will also face headwinds. So it is important that we improve our relationship with Bangladesh. It will not be so quickly. But when you invest in people, then it makes a lot of difference going forward, especially in the youth. Like I say that today, even Bangladesh, you know, those of you who have been there and know it, the youth is generally very impatient. The university students there are very quick to rise. And that's precisely what happened. It was not that difficult. I was looking for, when I was posted there, I used to deal with them. So they were like, they're in a way, you know, motivated in a direction, very different direction when there is frustration in the society. During Sheikh Hasina's regime, things, I think, macroeconomically were doing better, but at the grassroots level there was a lot of discontent. We should have read it. We should reach out to people to make so you have to immunize your relationship from a leader. That's very important. Fortunately in Bhutan, the people continue. They understand the worth of the relationship. It is not superimposing on them in any way, which we do not try anywhere. They have been very mindful of the any problems that come from there. Sometimes, of course, I must say, and you must be reading about it also, that occasionally the relationship with China becomes a bit of a concern for us also, when they are talking on the border without involving India and things like that. So that definitely, then we take it up at the level with the minister and others, and then they assuage our concerns. India's only concern from its neighborhood, frankly, is not that they have a relationship with China. Let that be. You will choose your partners carefully. You are a sovereign country. Is that when you carry their designs and their objectives against India? That is the bigger problem for us.
Yeah, please give your name and you represent which organization or the university. Yeah, please go ahead. Please.
Hello, Mr. Ambassador. I'm Siddhartha Ghosh. I am a consultant by profession, but my great opportunity has been I've lived and worked in 6 countries across Asia during my corporate stint, and I've worked very closely with the people there. One thing I did notice from your presentation is that you made the point that you were saying that, you know, every time there is instability or there are election times in specific countries, India bashing becomes a patented tool, almost. My point is, during the Cold War period, we did have foreign countries interfering in the affairs of other countries. We had that, we called that the Cold War doctrine. Are we then entering a possible period of cold peace, where India, for example, could actually foster more peaceful relations? Whatever's happening in front of the cameras is one thing, but possibly behind the scenes, indulge in a policy of cold peace, where you're actually dousing a lot of flames through people-people contact, etc., etc. So, should cold peace become part of our doctrine now?
Well, I think that we should have the warm peace. That is the desirable option. But I agree with you totally. I mean, but if you come to think of it, I mean, let's just take the Bangladesh relation, because that's rattling us the most at the moment. From August 5th onwards, Sheikh Hasina came here. It became a very major problem and gave a win to Mr. Muhammad Yunus to unite the people against that. And it happens, and when there is a mobocracy or when the mobs rise, then they go against one objective that, okay, she has done everything wrong, so let's get her back. And since India is giving her this thing, so in that kind of a situation, how do you buy the cold peace? When at the grassroots, the current government is trying to fan the troubles to a great extent. These are the things that need to be done on a long-term basis. And that's what even I have written about it, and I've spoken about it also, that, you know, it's a constant process. Unfortunately, in my view, we do not have a robust communication strategy or a public diplomacy, which should not be ad hoc or reactive. It has to be proactive in today's, because today what we are doing is there is a gray zone warfare all the time. We are not the only player. There's China, which is working on an overtime, and there's a master in that art. There are Western countries who have their own interests. When they are coming for their own interests, whether it was St. Martin Island or whatever, they are not looking at India. Turkey is looking at it in a very different way. So Turkey, Pakistan, China, Bangladesh, that becomes an axis against you. So you are saying that as if you are the only power there. We are not the only power. In that sense, what happens? Your only strength is going to be the people of the country. If you invest them, and we invest them. I mean, $8 billion in Bangladesh in all major projects. I'm on the board of NTPC. We have a joint venture. We never stop without being paid also. We continue to supply electricity to them, work on that project. We're doing everything that is required for the Bangladeshi people to do that. But they need to know that. What is most important is you may do things. The time has come when you also shout from the rooftop. You must invest in the youth. We invite them once in a while, students. You must make them feel comfortable. You see, if you come in a country and go there and you have good experiences, you become an ambassador of the country, irrespective of your other predilections. I've seen it myself. I was telling you about Libya. My friend who used to study with me in JNU became the Prime Minister when I was there, and our relationship was at the worst stage with the country. With this good thing that suddenly providential happened, helped us improve the relationship to a great extent. So that is something that needs to do. So communication strategy, I think, with whatever, plus action on the ground. I mean, if you have a project, if I announce something, I must be able to do it in real time. If you can't do that, then people will say, oh, China delivers faster. So they're much better partners, even though they become indebted to the extent that they can't do anything in the country. So we are a democracy, and as such, we are a tolerant people. Throughout, I must say that India has not tried to punish the people of Bangladesh under any circumstance, irrespective of the kind of vibes coming from them. We have tried to man fences, we have tried to convey the message, and we are hoping that the next government that comes will look at the good reason that they have by having good relations with India. They can have relations with China and Pakistan and everybody. You can't choose your partner. They have to choose their own partners. They will have to know what is good for them.
Hello. My name is और कोई है?
Mine.
Is this?
Am I audible now? Yeah. Yeah, I'm Shubroto Pal. This question is for the Honorable Ambassador. See, we've been talking of SAARC and talking of our relationship with the various countries. But one fundamental thing I think the government has also not focused on, like your view, is the cultivating the people-to-people relationship. Where is the strategy and where is the distinct? Over time, whatever happens, we have a continuous program of cultivating people-to-people relationship. And Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka are three countries where we can have people to people, strong people to people relationship, because there is already existing relationship among our, certain parts of India with that. So I'd like you.
So you are right, absolutely. I mean, in fact, the P2P relationship is very, very important, and especially because we also share the same history, culture, civilizational dimension. Now look at the Sri Lanka, for example. When they had these attacks on their churches and all this, right? India had shared the intelligence with the government of the day, 2019, I think. They refused to acknowledge that that it was there, the threat to them, and they eventually suffered from it. So when you don't have trust, in SARC, India provided that satellite, SARC satellite. Pakistan refused to be part of it. When you have the vehicle agreement, this is the most disconnected region actually among themselves. India is the only fulcrum where they are connected like this. So you are right, P2P connect is very, very important, but we are actually already, thousands of scholarships are being given to these countries. Their businesses are provided market access on preferential basis with most countries in the region. We are, in Indian institutions, there is no problem for getting them admission especially. But it is something that is limited also by, I would say, what we have to do is find a new model. For example, when we have a cultural center in a country, that cultural center can play a greater role, much greater role. Instead of bringing all the students to your country, you create campuses in those countries where people can have the similar kind of an education. We also have something called Open University. That Open University campuses can be done in different countries. We have more cultural exchanges, youth exchanges, sports exchanges. They're all part of the SARC, no doubt. I mean, the SARC has all these mechanisms, but they have a limiting factor. What we have to do today is we have to play out all these things in a more direct, in a more robust manner with every country. And there's no doubt, I mean, we have to invest in people. When we say that, that is what I mean essentially.
Thank you. Now we have got only 5 minutes before I close this session. So I can take one more question. So I think the person behind in the last row, because he has been raising his hand for quite some time. Please take the mic. Near the mic, closer to the mic.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Ambassador. I'm Tamal Kanti Ghosh, a journalist and a student of history also. My two quick questions. One is of the extended neighborhood. The schism in GCC, the first schism occurred with Qatar, and this is a more serious one because KSA and UAE are both very good friends of India. So, how is the government of India dealing with it, or how should we deal with it? And the second question is, of course, Bangladesh. As a student of history, I have followed, well, let's go back several decades, and they have already passed the 1934 Crystal Act movement against Bengali Hindus, the present government, and they are moving forward to the Enabling Act. I mean, if the wrong party or whatever, I mean, the election results, and once they try to combine, because we've been hearing reports that they combine the two positions, what will happen to the minorities there? Thank you.
Well, yeah, maybe this last question here.
The last question here.
Yeah,
okay. Please. Give the mic here.
This is Dr. Dipankar Roy. I'm the Global Advisor for UNPKFC India. And this is more of a welcoming note that this initiative that WEBFUNA, Sitaram ji, and the Honorable Ambassador has been addressing. It's most needed for a great relationship amongst the neighboring countries. India is a fulcrum of all. I will request the Ambassador, it may be a repetition of answer from him. There are so many questions on that line, that India, Bangladesh, that relationship, where it is going, because their election is approaching very soon. And one more line, when I have WEBFUNA Secretary General here, Rahul, there is an invitation from UNPKFC from Thailand. We are celebrating the International Women's Day with 65 countries in Thailand. I will request if a 2-member delegation from WEBFUNA can be coming and participating the International Women's Day at the Thailand. We will take care of you with great heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the first question about GCC. You know, one thing I would like to tell you, and I think we must give credit to the present government, especially PM Modi, for really taking the relationship with West Asia to the next level. It has been a transactional relationship all along until 2008-9, and I remember from personal experience. After Mrs. Gandhi, there was no visit to the region until all 2008. Can you imagine? 1982 onwards. And this is just 3 hours away from you. And it is extremely important for India's security, like economic security, energy security. Your expats, 9.5 million, who are sending about 60 to 70 billion dollars, and then navigation, ease of navigation. So 4 E's are extremely important for the region. So today, with almost every country, especially in the GCC, we have turned that relationship to a strategic partnership. We also continue on the bilateral front. The overall trade is over $240 billion. And as you might know, that only 2 days back, we had the India and Arab League meeting in which all the 22 countries were represented, which has happened only the second time now. Not all people could come because of the problems in the region that are going on. It's a highly volatile region. India has also changed its tracks now. It has dehyphenated its policy. Our relationship with Iran and our relationship with Israel are on different footing altogether. They're not supposed to, or with Palestine for that matter. Secondly, we see that India has also started in sub-regional and regional formats with the countries, whether it is I2U2 with USA, Israel, and India and UAE, or the IMEC corridor, in which several of these countries are involved. So we have, or INSTC with Iran for that matter, and Russia. Now all these are India's regional initiatives and sub-regional initiatives, which have become more and more prominent now, comparatively. So I would say the relationship, of course, with each country there are certain nuances. I mean, you can't say that one GCC is a monolith. Today there is a bigger problem between Saudi Arabia and UAE. They were supposed to be very close, but today they are fighting for regional influence. Qatar itself has its own say. It has become a far stronger player after the blockade, which was engineered by Saudi Arabia. Today they are very close. So we are working together. We had the Oman, as you know, PM went to Jordan and Oman recently in the last. He's going to Israel, I believe, in a couple of weeks' time, or next week. So we are continuing to have our relationship with these countries because they are existential for us. Sometimes I personally feel that West Asia is far more consequential for us than our immediate neighborhood also.
Thank you. Now, yeah, we come to the close of this session, and I think Ambassador deserves a big round of applause for President. At least we now know little better about our neighborhood policy, particularly about the way ahead. So thank you very much, Excellency.
Yes, sir, you already prescribed.
So friends, we close this session. And before we close the session, I think Rahul would like to present some gifts and all that, which is always welcome.
Thank you so much for enlightening us on our neighbors. A small gift of appreciation we would like to present to you. And since you were in Russia for 7 years, and we would like you to make you feel at home a little bit, I would request the lady from Russia to kindly hand over a gift to our ambassador. Yes. A big round of applause for Ambassador being with us today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So friends, now we'll begin the second session. And I'll invite now my dear friend Pradeep to take over this session, which is on the perspectives on Indian neighborhood policy. And we have very distinguished speakers here, including Professor Shibasish Chatterjee from Jadavpur University. I request Professor Shibasish Chatterjee to please come. Chair do yahan par bhai. Or you bring this chair this side. Ah. Okay, no problem. Only put the nameplate that side. Down now with the kitty, no. So, over to Professor Pradeep.
Good morning, everyone. So, in the morning session, the keynote address that was delivered by our Honorable Ambassador, which cleared us regarding our neighborhood policy. Yes, there is a dark cloud with occasional thunder. Now we are facing in South, especially in South Asia, and a lot of problems we are facing. So, it's my privilege that I happens to be chairing a session who happens to be my student in my university, and one of my outstanding output I have made being a teacher in Jadavpur University, that you can understand once he will deliver the lecture. So whatever the comments I will make once he will finish the seminar paper. So may I request Professor Shibasish Chatterjee to deliver his lecture.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizations and my very good friend, Professor Shantanu Chakraborty, who in fact was instrumental in getting me here. Now, I need to begin with a disclaimer, which is that I take the cue from what the chair of the former session in fact had said, that there will always be a difference in the perspectives of a practitioner on the one hand and a person who in fact teaches in the university on the other. Okay, so you all have to bear with me because of the fact that whatever I say, it may not necessarily be what I would call very operational friendly, okay, or something which in fact might be readily executable, okay, something which can be readily operationalized. Partly also because of the fact that by training I'm an international relations scholar and a scholar of political theory, and my aim in life in fact had been to understand the making of the subcontinent and the ways of the subcontinent. So what I do is that I present before you 5 points, and I think that the essential dynamic of the subcontinent in fact remains to some extent understandable through these 5 points. Now, I would also request the chair to discipline me, because you know university professors tend to talk a lot. Okay, I mean the classes are long classes, and the seminar time is always limited. Okay, so therefore, Professor Chakraborty, if you can be ready with the cheat if my time in fact is nearing an end. Okay, so that I'll stop. So I'll offer you 5 points, and I'm going to broadly, without getting into much detail, develop these points in order to understand in my own way. Yes. I mean, is it 15 minutes? I think it is. Okay, I mean, I guess it was okay. I mean, even it's 15 minutes is not a bad time. Okay, I mean, so let me do the maximum out of 15 minutes that I have. So these are the 5 broad things that I bring to your attention. The first is that in order to understand the subcontinent, we have to understand the power equations of the subcontinent. Okay, and if one looks at the power equations of the subcontinent for a very long period of time, we had essentially 2 fault lines in the subcontinent. One was the fault line between India and China, and the other was the fault line between India and Pakistan, although that fault line was complicated because of China's relations with Pakistan. Now, what obviously in fact had happened is that these fault lines have mutated over time. Their nature in fact has changed over time. Part of the change directly relates to the fact that the subcontinent has become nuclearized, and this in fact has elevated the threshold of threat to a very high degree, and therefore the exigencies and the politics of exigency, therefore they are at an unprecedentedly high level. Okay, I mean something that we possibly have lived with for a while, but it adds an element of uncertainty to what happens in the subcontinent. Now, the 2 points that are relevant here is this, that China's footprints obviously have expanded enormously. And we need to understand that this is not merely playing strategy in the conventional sense of the term. So China, in fact, is almost everywhere now in South Asia in terms of infrastructure, in terms of trade, in terms of businesses, in terms of everything that you can think of. And the Chinese intervention is not limited to the conventional understanding of South Asian neighborhood, because what it is doing, in fact, is that it's in a sense pushing India, okay, or India's legitimate strategic interests from virtually all sides. And that in fact creates an enormous amount of security overload so far as India in fact is concerned. Now the second point is this, that I'm not going to say anything on Pakistan because of the fact that we know what essentially the nature of enmity with Pakistan is. But the strategic fault line in fact has been complicated by the role of the United States. Okay, we know that it is not a residential power, but earlier American foreign policy at least had a certain trajectory which was predictable. So now the American foreign policy that you have in fact is partly interventionist, partly withdrawal, and it is marked by an unprecedented degree of uncertainty and inconsistency. So one just doesn't know what the Americans in fact would do. So this in fact has created a degree of, I think, opened up a degree of strategic space not only for Pakistan, but it has also opened up strategic space for the other neighbors who in fact are hedging much more effectively than what they have done in the past. So this is the first point which I wanted to place before, okay, the table. The second thing that I broadly talk about is, and I take cue from the fact that, the subcontinent is not only significant to India, but the subcontinent is also important to understand the fact that the conventional distinction in international politics between external and the internal, the domestic and the international, I think is entirely flouted by the realities of the neighborhood and South Asia. Okay, I mean, so therefore, many of the problems that we face in the neighborhood, they're domestic in nature. Okay, I mean, and they're complex, domestic in nature, they're multi-layered, and therefore they're not very easy to tackle. Okay, and I do not really know whether foreign policy is the best instrument, in fact, to have answers to all these kinds of problems. So I would therefore bring into your, I would say, attention two problems which in fact are domestic by and large in nature. The first, in fact, is what I would call the rise of authoritarianism, okay, within the subcontinent. And the rise of authoritarianism is not only a compromise of the project of constitutional democracy, which you find in virtually all the states of South Asia to some extent, but it also, I think, directs towards models of majoritarianism. And the problem seems to be that on the one hand, democratic political culture, in fact, had never really grown very strong in the subcontinent. And the liberal project, where liberalism, in fact, has become a very dirty word, I suppose, okay, I mean, in the times that we live in. And so there is always a question that whether there was ever any degree of liberalism in South Asia. But to the extent that there was, I think there has been a significant decline of the liberal ethos all across South Asia, which broadly, I think, draws attention to the fact that there has also been significant deinstitutionalization, which means political institutions which are supposed to transact democracy, these political institutions, in fact, have not only hollowed out, but they have also become, incapacitated to a large extent. So therefore, you can't just rely on them to deliver. Political institutions are supposed to be transmission bells, okay? I mean, they're supposed to link up political aspirations with the political elites. When they become dysfunctional, I think the whole connection, in fact, becomes complicated and very unpredictable. So what we see, therefore, is that there are two features which, in fact, was not there in the earlier, what you call incarnations of authoritarianism. The first is the social embeddedness of modern authoritarian projects. Now, what do you mean by this? It means that if you look closely to the authoritarianisms of the present time in the neighborhood, they're invariably locked into some kind of clientele, which could be a part of the middle class, having aspirations which in fact are easy to tap into, or because of some kind of what could be called welfare clientist, positioning, they also target a part of the poorer classes, okay? And so therefore this authoritarianism, in fact, is very potent, and it is often expressed in the language of populism. And populism, and Ernesto Laclau had, I think, very prophetically said, is an empty signifier. So you don't need to, in a sense, define it in any particular way. So you could take it to the right, you could take it to the middle, you could veer it to the left, depends on what kind of a political project you have. The third thing that I draw your attention to, in fact, is what I would call securitization of societal identities. Now, securitization of societal identities is significant, I think, because of the fact that, look, social identities are supposed to be plural and diverse in virtually every society. And they're also supposed to be governed as plurality. But increasingly, identities are governed as vulnerabilities. So from plurality, you shift to vulnerability. And when you make that shift, what happens is that communities do not remain only, what you call population groups, but communities are increasingly securitized, which means demographic becomes existential. So when a demographic becomes existential, the question, in fact, is who is the person? The self and the other, the relationship between the self and the other, in fact, becomes completely, I would say, governmentalized. So people are no longer looked upon as people, they become categories. They become, distributed and divided into silos. They become, I would say, let's say, data to be mined. They become, subjects of surveillance of various kinds. And if you look at, the whole, let's say, the whole world of digital media and also conventional media, what you find there, in fact, is a very interesting story. Not only is there concentration of ownership, not only is there, an increasing, again, what I would call constriction of the liberal space, but even in the digital spaces, identities, in fact, are securitized, okay? I mean, so therefore, in a sense, this builds on the historical anxiety in the subcontinent that we have over demographic, over borders, over memory. And therefore, given the fact that we have progressed over a period of time, many of these fears, in fact, have returned with a vengeance. And militarized identities, in fact, are very difficult to be negotiated politically, okay? I mean, because the moment you try to negotiate it politically, the more anxiety you create in the process. Finally, I think I draw your attention to the fact that a lot depends on the making of the subcontinent. And I might say a few things which you might like, which you may not like, but the first thing in fact is that we must understand something very clearly, that all history is contemporary in the sense that even if you have something happening in the past, you can only understand it at present, okay? I mean, so the past will never really have a dialogue, which in fact is a dialogue of the time. And so therefore narratives keep changing, okay? Our imaginations in fact would invariably be, in a sense, I think, nuanced and contested. So my point is this, that if you look closely to the subcontinent, the term South Asia, in fact, did not occur at any time in any, political history of the subcontinent. We did not have a term called South Asia. So this is a geopolitical construct which, in fact, was created partly by the British. Okay, I mean, if you are interested, you could read Curzon, you could read, Olaf Caro, their, what you call discussions on how this geopolitical framing of the subcontinent came up. But largely, this was the result of the partition, as we all know. So the point that I'm making is, territorial South Asia is not civilizational South Asia. And so this, divergence that you have, a divergence which is not common, I mean, which is not peculiar to South Asia, but it's a post-colonial problem at large, which is cultural borders do not necessarily coincide with political borders. And when your cultural borders do not necessarily coincide with political borders, I think the whole process of nation building, in fact, is marked by a certain degree of tension. And that tension, in fact, will invariably be very difficult to be managed politically, both within and without. Any region could be conceptualized in three possible ways. One is that you could imagine a region as a region of power and control, or you can imagine a region as, a space of interdependence, which is very, very broadly an economic, let's say, sort of, category. Or you can also look at a, region or define it as community. Now, the tragedy of South Asia is, this is my point, that historically we were imagined as communities, okay? Plural meta-narratives of communities, or meta-communities which in fact could move from one end of the continent to the other. Now we have been transformed into territorial nationalities. So the character of the territorial nationality, which in fact asks for very fixed, rigid borders, and our inherent historicity as fluid meta-communities, in fact, they're very difficult to be put together. And I think it is beyond the task of any foreign policy to ultimately put this tension, in fact, into something of a resolution. So countries which are nation states, they desperately want to be nation state, they desperately want to differ. And the projects of otherization, in fact, are important, and everybody would need to understand. Okay, I mean, please look at Murshidabad or Malda and Dinajpur, these districts across the fence, agriculturalists on both sides, possibly belonging to the same, religion, talking in the same language. It is very difficult to differentiate them in terms of an identity which, in fact, your cards and documents, in fact, would provide. And so this is a problem to which I don't think the state itself, in fact, had a, what you call a very final solution. But I would entirely agree, with what the Honorable Ambassador, in fact, had said, that we live in a real world, and if one lives in the real world, whether one looks or whether one likes it or not, I think the questions of power and security would ultimately have to take the upper hand. When they take the upper hand, there are difficult consequences. And these consequences, in fact, are consequences which are real, and we would have to live with it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for keeping within the time limit. I'm sorry for the putting that time limit. Now, I will hand it over to my friend Deep Chak, because you see, he was to make initial observations, which he didn't make. And he's also supposed to do the write-up, making the concluding remarks. So I'll tell him to make the initial observation also and concluding remarks also together. Damal Dhamaka, and the mic is yours.
Thank you. Nothing to say because there are a lot of problems are there. In the morning session, the ambassador said that the new government, if the new government will come, then there may be a chances of better understanding. But I have a different perception because what the Khaleda Jia did when she was in power, so you cannot change the class character because whatever the relation, India will try to help Bangladesh, but you cannot change the class character. This is my personal feeling. Now, if you make a simply a stock taking, there are a lot of discussions is going on. Someone said India's neighborhood policy is massive failure. No, but there are certain slackness on our part. I have a different proposition. Why India is not taking a BRI type project? Because India is giving a lot of help to our neighboring countries. Why China is penetrated more than India? That is the question I am asking to that speaker. Why we cannot do that? And one point I have to mention, which I have slightly mentioned by Ambassador in the morning, that the role of USA is very, very important. We have spent huge amount to increase our defense budget because US have sponsored the continuous armaments and other things. So we should not forget. So what Shivashi have said, that US's policy is certainly, sometimes it is withdrawing and sometimes is very assertive. So it's very difficult to make an assessment or to make a stock taking of India's neighborhood policy, but we have to take a proactive role because there is a fear psychosis among the small neighbors. I can give you the example. In 1974, when the India blasted bomb, Pakistan have put forward a resolution in the UN General Assembly, and all the countries have given support that South Asia should be a zone of peace. So we have created that image. So that image you have to erase because that is a situation. Now the time is something different because everyone is globalized, everyone wanted to develop, everyone wanted to survive. So that's why India have to handle the South Asian neighbor more in a skillful way rather than, because if you see this simply, if you make an content analysis of our visit to Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, most of the time, how many countries they have visited in the South Asian neighbor? They have concentrated in other parts. This is the question. And this is the advantage we can take. We can say, nobody will listen our word. But the point is, we have to take the proactive role. India should not behave like a big brother. That is most important. Until and unless you will erase that mindset, the India's neighborhood policy cannot be a successful experiment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tridev. For a change, you have been very brief, Tridev. I am a little disappointed with you. Really very brief. Yeah, sure. Please, Ambassador, please.
See, the power perception is not that what you are trying to do, but what others perceive. I mean, the largest economy, the biggest military, the biggest country and all that. So it has a natural thing. That's what we call Big Brother syndrome. And that Big Brother syndrome is not really prevailing here in India, but in the countries that we are talking about. And that is very difficult. I mean, to do that away, you have tried to go in with this neighborhood first policy. You virtually conceded to everything that they wanted or is good for them. But then once again, as you rightly mentioned, that there are other players who don't like this party. They like to spoil it, and it's going on. So it's going to be, but let me just share a small incident with you. And without any, I should say, value attached to it, in whichever way you want to have a look at it, I want to tell you something. I was in Bangladesh from 86 to 89, as I said. And we had a very rabid anti-India government at the time, General Rashad. Our High Commission was virtually every day Molotov cocktails were thrown at us. We had really very difficult period. People on the other hand always looked up to India. There was hardly any problem. Suddenly one fine day in 87, we had these Hindu-Muslim riots that were perpetrated by the then Interior Minister. He was the one behind all this, and we all knew that. Suddenly news came that Dhakeshwari temple idols were, broken up and all that, those kind of things. Hindu community people started coming to us, what to do, what not to do. And then the news came that Indian forces have landed in Jaffna. And it's a real story I'm telling. You will not believe it. In less than an hour, the government machinery came into action. Immediately, the riots were stopped in Jaffna, Sri Lanka, 87. And then Rashad sent a special envoy to Rajiv Gandhi. So what I'm saying is that you may do nothing, but the power has its own influences elsewhere as well.
Thank you. Now, yes, question answer session we are starting. Please go ahead. You have a priority. Mike, please.
Okay, I have a question for Professor Chatterjee. And the question is, so you talked about the making of the subcontinent. Now, from where? Because from your presentation, we could understand that this project of otherization, this authoritarian regime, this power, muscle flexing it's not happening not only in the subcontinent, it's happening throughout the world. But my question is, do we need to look into from a constructivist, normative approach, or maybe the approach what Amitav Acharya said, that security community theory, from that lens, do we need to look into the subcontinent as a civilizational project? That's it.
Okay. The chair, by the way, in fact, had also put a question to me. Okay, I mean, so why no BRI like China? Okay, I mean, why India doesn't really have a BRI like China? So I think the international north-south transport corridor is India's answer. Okay, I mean, to the BRI, but our BRIs would never be like the Chinese. Okay, I mean, so. The DNAs are very different. Okay, I mean, the way Chinese would do and the way we would do, it would always be very different. Okay, I mean, so but the fact of the matter is that I mean, you know this much much better than many, that any infrastructure project which is transnational, in fact, is not easy to execute. Okay, I mean, it depends on many factors, and it doesn't only depend on how good India in fact is in implementing a project. Okay, it depends on political will, it depends on unforeseen circumstances, it depends on changes in world politics, and we live in days where nothing in fact is symmetrical anymore. Okay, I mean, the best of observers, in fact, they seem to be flip-flopping themselves. Okay, I've been writing along very different lines almost virtually every day if you look at short commentaries. To the other question which in fact has come, I have my healthy skepticism whether one can really make sense of the subcontinent either by constructivism or by security. There is no security community in the subcontinent, frankly speaking, because the understanding of a security community is that where all states in fact would be more than confident that their problems would not be resolved short of war. Okay, I mean, so the subcontinent definitely doesn't even approximate that. Look, constructivism is a way of questioning. Okay, I mean, it's not so much of a, I would say, an independent perspective as such, but it might help you to ask questions as a historian. Like, for example, you can ask this question that how is that a sense of national identity in fact started growing, okay? Whether you were looking at undivided India or you were looking at India, after, let's say, 1947. And I'm very interested in the ideas of India, okay? I mean, so there should always be ideas of India, not an idea of India. And these are politically contested ideas. So, I mean, if you're a constructivist, then that is your stock of trade, right? Okay, I mean, you try to find out that how these identities, in fact, have been constructed, how these narratives came into being. And these are politically, ultimately these would have to be politically meaningful, okay? I mean, somebody's narrative in fact gains political traction. So whether one is with or not, the historical, I think, and the reality in fact is that a certain narrative in fact has a greater traction at this point of time than the narrative which in fact had maybe sort of dominated for a considerable period of time. So I guess that's a rough cut answer, let's say, to the question that you have, okay? I mean, which would need much more time in order to get into a more deeper conversation.
Thank you, Professor. Now, question and answer session is already on. So please go ahead. You can direct your questions to anybody on the stage except me. So Vijay, please carry on. Yeah, please give the mic to him. One second. The question behind. Mic don't go.
Hello, namaskar. My name is Vijay Sharma. I'm in connection with Sitaramji. He's like a big brother. So I had some kind of exposure to all these national and international things. My question is, the kind of dialogues which we are listening to, this very nomenclature, this very taxonomy has, been embedded in the First World War and Second World War, and post a new world was emerging where we were, discussing nationalism and the boundaries and what the nationalism can cause to the neighboring nations or to the humanity. But the time is, I think, is running very fast if it is not over. Now we are in a different phase. That old nomenclature does not hold good. The kind of nationalism which we are thinking now or which we are confronting these days is a new version, is in computer language is a 2.0 version, which is much more calibrated, much more needed and much more embedded in their people. And it is not a dirty word anymore, which it was 50, 60 years back. Secondly, as one of the speakers has also mentioned, and recently the dear professor has also, he was referring to the class character of India and Bangladesh not coming close. So this class strategy and this class dilemma, that ideology is also embedded in 19th century's module. Now perhaps I think that we have moved on, and these may look that these are two different and divergent things, but what we are thinking in case of our national and international relationship, and even in the class kind of thing, those are interlinked somewhere. Thirdly, these discussions are mostly dependent on goody things. World will be a greener and will be a lively place where there will be no difference and no wars. But in the real politics, in the real world, is the power and how the others think you desirable to be worthy of their friendship. That determines the thing, is not your wishful thinking and not your willingness not even your idealism. So, you know, you can.
I think, thank you, will answer to that. Although he has not directed this question to anybody particularly, but I'll request the ambassador to please respond to this.
May I complete just half a minute?
Okay, okay, please carry on.
And most of our discussions become very academic, very campus-like, very archaic, and very naive, which has very little connection with the real people.
Okay.
And what I think that even, you know, because if you think that India as a nation is failing, I'm referring to the professors. In fact, the political India has not failed much. The institutions which have failed us are the universities, are the academias, and maybe the intellectuals have failed us. They have failed to read the mind of the people, and they are in fact feeling lost in this crowd.
Okay, okay, thank you. Now the question has to be directed towards the academics only, because he has questioned them, and so Dr. Dev or Professor Ashish, who will answer?
No, I don't think there was any question. Okay, I mean, so, you know, he is entitled to his perceptions. Okay, I mean, so I don't have to, answer what his perceptions are. Okay, I mean, so, but there are a few misunderstandings that I need to clear. First is that I did not say anything about class. Okay, so I don't know from where did you get it. I did not say anything about class as a factor in relations between India, Bangladesh, or any state for that matter. And the second is that as I understand it, that nationalism, the meaning of nationalism, in fact, never changes. Okay, I mean, so whether nationalism is negative or positive is not the issue. Nationalism has always been a very powerful mobilizing factor. If nationalism was not a mobilizing factor, then what explains the sustenance of nation states? Okay, I mean, nation states would not exist if nationalism was not there. So I did not say that nationalism is negative. Okay, I mean, so, and the last thing that you said, you see, that's where the problem lies, I'll tell you. If you are afraid of standing in the front of mirror and asking difficult questions, then in real terms, don't ever expect that the problems will of themselves vanish. Okay, I mean, so if you are looking at, if you look at universities, I'm fine. I take your point that the universities have failed us. A university is not a production industrial unit which produces money. A university produces ideas. So if the ideas have failed, the ideas have failed. Okay, I mean, so, that is again a matter and a question of your perception. Public universities are state responsibilities. Okay, I mean, so if there are problems in the public universities, you can't simply put a finger on the university and say that you are responsible for the problems. Put the finger to the state and say that why the state in fact had not done what it was supposed to do. So the thing is, I honor your perception, but as I said that, I mean, I don't think that these are matters that in fact I had spoken to.
No argument, please sit down. In fact, I made it very clear that there should be only questions, no observations. I think you have made your point, and the professor has responded to that. I think the next question is the last. Yeah, please, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Just one question for Shivashish. As we know, 30 years back, Ronovi Shomadar had asked a question through one.
Give your name first.
He knows my name. Anyway, it's Shantanu Chakraborty.
I also know.
It's Shantanu Chakraborty. Now, Ronovi Shomadar had raised a question through one of his books. Whose Asia is it anyway? Region, what was the subtitle? Region in South Asia. Do we still have an answer for it? I know there is not a clear-cut answer for that yet, but are we searching for an answer at all in present time?
Yeah, so I think we are okay. I mean, look, at one level, we all agree to the fact that the SARC, in fact, as a project, whether you call it dead or whether you call it moribund, okay, I mean, your adjectives, in fact, would not possibly have much of an impact on the noun. But the fact of the matter is that it's not going anywhere. But what is, I think, concerning is the fact that look at what are the alternatives that, in fact, are floated right now. So there are countries which, in fact, are now talking about having organizations in South Asia without India, bringing in China. So these are ideas which, in fact, were not there in the past. Okay, I mean, we had differences with our neighbors in the past, but I think we have now reached a sort of a threshold where I think, even at the regional imagination, things, in fact, are being talked about, which, in fact, were not talked about before. And the other point, in fact, is that there is a fragmentation also of South Asia because of the various kinds of sub-regional experiments that, in fact, are underway. Okay, I mean, so some of these are obviously infrastructure driven, but even infrastructure, in fact, is ultimately political, right? Okay, I mean, because whether you would ultimately realize your aim or not depends on whether you have a clear-cut vision, okay, in the infrastructure or not. So I think to answer Shantanu's question, that there is, I think, investment in regionalism. But like everything, I think the investment possibly, in fact, has become much more complex in the given, I would say, situation that we live in. I mean, the Honorable Ambassador did talk about how crucial, our expansive new imaginations of geography, in fact, were. We went into the east, we went to the west, we were searching to reconnect, okay, with the Central Asia, rediscovered the Silk Route. So in a sense, or if you look maritime, in a whole plethora of concepts that you have, okay, which are all in terms of connectivities and escaping what I would call the claustrophobia of South Asia, okay, so that you go out of South Asia as a power, possibly grown a bit, bit bigger than South Asia also. So I think these experiments are underway and will remain underway. Okay, I mean, so would have to see. Okay, I mean, books come and go. Political projects, in fact, would remain. Okay,
Thank you, Professor. Yeah. Any more question? Yeah, please. Please, no observations and only questions, and it direct it to the specific speaker. Please give the mic.
I think I have already introduced myself, so
Yeah,
I'm not repeating that.
Go ahead.
This is a question directed to the Honorable Ambassador, because just a while back in his one of the mention, he has mentioned a very, very important and pertinent situation which took us back to IPKF landing at Jaffna. Today, India stands a similar kind of a situation where India, Bangladesh, again I'm going back to India, Bangladesh situation, where, Ambassador, don't you think that it's a very important situation India is facing, where a similar kind of active action plan will bring back the India-Bangladesh relationship to a relationship which few years back we had with both the countries, and it was a wonderful relationship that we have carried. In fact, the last session of yours, I mentioned that 2023, I carried India-Bangladesh Peace March by the women from Gandhi Ashram, Calcutta to Noakhali Gandhi Ashram. And it was so much welcome at Bangladesh. So when Bangladesh is almost on the verge of addressing the election, I believe a similar kind of what you've just mentioned, that IPK landing Jaffna, changed the whole paradigm of relationship. You being the ambassador, because I had a similar dialogue with Harshvardhan Shingla, a dear friend. When he was High Commissioner, he initiated a India-Bangladesh Friendship Club. And
Okay.
I was the
Thank you.
country head for that.
We got your question.
So,
Thank you very much.
please.
Thank you very much. You know, like times change. Today's India's challenge in the neighborhood and otherwise is being calibrated against threats from a two-front war. That is China and Pakistan. Those are the main things. None of our neighbors today has any doubt about India's military capability, which has been significantly proven during the recent Op Sindoor. The fact remains is that that time in 80s and today, at that time China was not a factor at all in the region. China has only begun to take this position which they have, as it is called, the string of pearls strategy, trying to confine India, because once they started feeling a little bit threatened that India can stand up to them, could be the only challenge in the region going beyond. Like everybody was mentioning here, that you have to be a regional leader. I mean, the countries in the region should be able to support you while you are aiming to become global. Right. Same thing applies to China also. It needs to control this region in order to be able to be number one power that they are aiming at. So from India's perspective, it is a very different focus today in security terms. With Bangladesh, as you rightly mentioned, we had an excellent relationship. We have invested a great deal in that, in fact, from 1971 onwards. But we have also, in my view, not made many mistakes on the way. So I still maintain that arrogance is not the best foreign policy, or wolf warrior diplomacy as it is called. Chinese learned it the hard way and very quickly and course corrected. So I don't think that that is going to pay any great dividends, because all these countries also know that if we want, we can do anything. But the best thing that will work eventually is, you see, we have worked with all kinds of governments in the world. Pakistan, we have dealt with all kinds of fellows. So we continue to work with them, with everybody. So I think that when the next government comes, it is for them to realize. And I was a bit hopeful, Professor, when recently Tariq Rahman mentioned about his very first speech. He mentioned about all the communities in Bangladesh, maybe a political statement, but thinking about all communities is a great departure from what Rashad used to think, at least public domain. So if that, after coming to power, if he does, as it is projected, or with Jamaat-e-Islami also, jointly or national government or whatever is going to be there, and if they want to have good relations, I mean, we have already made the first step towards the new possible government. If that happens, then I think that they would understand that what is good for them. We cannot force it. And in my view, strategic pause sometimes is also essential in relationship. We don't have to think in a very emotional manner. They will realize, as I said, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Nepal, several other countries have realized.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think very important statement which you have made. One, strategic pause. We need to do that. And similarly, you see, referring to Jaffna, you see, history doesn't repeat itself always. You can't do what we did during those days. The world has changed. And the ambassador has very rightly mentioned about the China factor. That also you will have to take into account. So anyway, friends, any more question? Because I can take at least one more question. Take a mic to.
Namaskar, I am Gorgo Chatterjee. So, directed to former ambassador. In a similar vein, so quite recently, after the July-August regime change in Bangladesh, around September, there was about 160 acres of alienated land, in a way, whoever controls it keeps it, sort of a scenario, the Nodia border into Bangladesh. Strange, so UNOS and this Jamaat-e-Islami supported cabal, all of this was in power by them. It was well entrenched. It was given up, actually, by our side to that side. And you mentioned these recent overtures to maybe the party which might come to power in a non-inclusive election. We also have to remember that we also have institutional memories and also public memories of the last time this same party was in power. It was probably post-71, the most dangerous time for minorities in Bangladesh, period. And even during that time, before, after, ever since that party has been formed, this public pronouncement of all communities has been constant by them. It's not something new. You cannot fault them on the letter of the what's printed on the printed word. So in a way, not talk about Jaffna landing per se. Of course, arrogance is not a good idea, but is appeasement a good idea? I mean, then who are these people we are hosting here? We are hosting a lot of people. I'm sure we know. They are in giving interviews, they are giving lectures.
My dear friend, can you come to the question, please?
That's the thing.
What is the question?
Is if arrogance is a bad idea, is appeasement a great idea?
No, not the appeasement, but definitely, you know what, why are we thinking of Bangladesh as a state of India? It is an independent country, it's a sovereign country. They have to choose what is the good for them. If they think that having Jamaat-e-Islami as their leader is good for them, so be it, let them be happy. We'll have to only cross our boundaries, we have to secure them. I mean, I don't think that we should be going overboard in pleasing anybody. If they don't understand the logic of geography, the logic of history, the logic of civilization and culture, they'll be at a loss. So that is something that we need to understand. So I'm not saying that we need to be too appeasing, but since most of the countries in our neighborhood also suffer from this big brother syndrome by virtue of our size, economy, a military might, that is something that you used to, through your behavior, tend to convey that we don't mean bad for them, that we want good for the people of Bangladesh. So that is very important, and I think we need to do that. And diplomacy has to prevail, and diplomacy also has its own hidden tools.
Thank you, Ambassador. He has made a very, very important point. Masculine policy is not always the answer. And I think we'll have to take care of big brotherly attitude or the impression which our neighbors have got, which may not be right, but that is what they feel. So we'll have to take care of that. I think with these we close the question answer session, and I hand over to Professor Trijib Chakravarti for making his closing observation. I want to spare you here, तुमको तो बोलना है, और तो that he'll make his closing observation as a chair.
I have been invited thrice, so it's a rare occasion. Nothing to say. We believe one thing, we have been established with the help of Nehru, we are a peace-loving country. That should be sustained. And what Ambassador has said, that is the point is, if you go anywhere in the world, oh, you are from India, that is, you believe in peace. That we have established. And one point is very, very important. Sometimes we have made some mistakes because our opinion doesn't matter to the policymakers, which I personally experienced. So nobody bothers what we have said, actually. So point is that I believe that we can establish a better coordination, better understanding with the neighbors, and it should be more or less, you have to erase the mind of the big brothers. We have a disadvantageous position because of our size, but India have to display that yes, we are with you. Until and unless that can be developed, we cannot go further away. Because I can give you an example, the same type of problem you will find in Southeast Asia. You look the growth of these countries and you think of South Asia, it is something different. We have to develop a we-feeling mindset, and that should be our slogan to the neighboring countries, that it is our region, we have to prosper. If we prosper, then you can prosper, then the world can be prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you have made very good observation. So friends, I think Rahul has got something to do with. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor Chakrabarti, because that is what WEBFUNA is about, that is what IFUNA is about, and that is what the United Nations is about. We all work towards peace. That is what it was all about. And yes, so let's have peace. We would like to give a small gift of appreciation to our speakers. May I request Aditi and Saurabh to please come here and state our speakers here who have spoken brilliantly about the topic. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think we can get in for lunch now, sir. A lunch break.
For lunch.
Yes. Please join us. The lunch is laid out on your left side, so you can see that. And please join us for lunch and come back again for our afternoon session at 2:30. And may I request our speakers to please just come here and, yeah. I'll come this way.
Yes, friends, normally post-lunch sessions are thinner and difficult. I won't say difficult, that will be in your hands. And but still I'm happy that so I think please allow me now to begin this session. And we already will have requested ambassador to continue with us, because without him we cannot have the seminar, as you all know. And now I would like to welcome.
May I just introduce, may I request the people sitting in the back to please come up in front?
Please come forward.
It's time that we saw you all also.
March forward. Come, Shantanu. We can start now. Thank you. As you all know that this session is devoted to economic growth and connectivity. Very important subject as far as the neighborhood relationship is concerned. And we have with us the Honorary Consul General of Republic of Union of Myanmar with us, and he will deliver a special address. Please give him a round of applause to welcome him. And I'm very happy. বাংলাতে বলে তুমি যখন দুধ কেউ দিতে আসে তাহলে বলে একটু ফাও দিয়ে দাও, মানে ওটা ফাও পাই আমরা। তো আজকে আমরা বাংলাদেশের ফার্স্ট সেক্রেটারি প্রেস তারিখকে আমরা আজ ফাও পেয়েছি। We are saying thank you, we welcome you very much. And you know that Bangladesh is so important for us, and I don't hope that he will share with us that what will be the result of the elections. And but then we all are looking forward to elections, and we hope that the post-elections, the relations between India and Bangladesh will be further strengthened, and which have been always very cordial and close relationship, particularly with our state of West Bengal, and which Ambassador has also mentioned in his opening address about this importance of this relationship. Now, I'm happy that we have with us Professor Santanu here. He's come, Santanu Chakravarti. He is about his professor of Calcutta University and all that. That is not important for me. For me, important is that he is the adjunct faculty of our Tagore Institute of Peace Studies, and he has been a key person in organizing our program, and particularly in mobilizing the participation of the academics. I can see in front of me those who are here largely because of Santanu. So Santanu, thank you very much. And now I've told him that from now onward till the end of the seminar, he will hold the fort, irrespective of who is chairing and who is presiding and all that. So we just want Santanu, please take hold of the program, and then I think what is there in the program? in the program that, okay, to make, Sitaram Sharma will make the introductory observation. Sorry, I will not make, Santanu only make introductory objection. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to post-lunch session. The title for this session is Economic Growth and Connectivity, which, as we know, is so much important for building up of regional networks and in ensuring probably a more cohesive version of neighborhood in any regions or in any part of the world. Its importance could highly be overemphasized in our own region and in an Asia which is getting increasingly interconnected. Of course, as we know, much of economic interconnectivity is also influenced by historical trajectories of which experienced by different regions, individual countries, communities, as Shivashis had put it before. But true enough, sometimes economics could and does play a major role. And here we are talking in terms of it's probably futile to look at regions or look at the Asian neighborhoods in a compartmentalized manner. We have had pre-colonial connectivities, we have had colonial connectivities which, in spite of limitations, had generated notions of interconnected Asia, not in terms of trade and commerce, but also in terms of or in more popular terms like movement and settlement of people, migrant communities, and of course the diaspora. Now, I'm sure this panel would focus on some of these major key issues. It's a pleasure, I welcome back in this panel Ambassador Trigunath ji. We would eagerly look forward to his special comments. Mr. Sitaram Sharma, of course, and it's certainly also a pleasure to formally welcome His Excellency Mr. Ong Ong Mauthain, who would be delivering the key address titled Economic Growth and Connectivity. So without taking any much of your time, may I request the Honorable Consul General to make his comments. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a pleasure to welcome you also, sir, to the panel. So, may I request the Consul General of Myanmar to make his presentation, to be followed by his presentation, and then we will have special comments by you too.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. To the distinguished dignitaries, respected speakers, guests, and the esteemed organizers of the seminar, I convey my sincere appreciation to the West Bengal Federation of United Nations Associations, the Indian Federation of UN Associations, and all partners who have made this seminar possible. I also extend my gratitude to His Excellency the Ambassador, and to all speakers and dignitaries and delegates for their gracious presence and engagement today. It is both an honor and privilege for me to deliver this special address in this section of regional seminar. And this August gathering on economic growth and connectivity, a theme of profound importance to both India and Myanmar, our shared geography, history, and future connect us in ways that can richly benefit our people and our broader region. Since the establishment of former diplomatic relations decades ago, India and Myanmar have developed a multifaceted partnership grounded in mutual respect and shared priorities. India is today one of Myanmar's largest trading partners, and our bilateral trade has expanded steadily, if not very rapidly, in recent years, reflecting stronger commercial engagement and growing economic opportunity for businesses and communities on both sides of our country and borders. To be exact, India is currently Myanmar's fourth largest trading partner, with bilateral trade of figures around 2.1 United States USD, 2.1 billion, reflecting steady and resilient economic engagement. In terms of investment, also, India ranks around 10th to 11th among foreign investors in Myanmar, with cumulated approved investment of about 780 USD billion, indicating that both the solid foundation and significant scope to further expand Indian investment in Myanmar, particularly through connectivity-led growth and regional integration. India's exports to Myanmar include pharmaceuticals, machinery, and manufactured products, while Myanmar's exports, such as spices, beans, and agricultural produce, have responded to market needs within India. India has also implemented preferential trade frameworks, including duty-free tariff schemes that help support expanding trade ties between the two countries. However, despite the progress, we recognize that our economic partnership remains substantial, untapped potential. Both the governments have reaffirmed their commitment to enhance cooperation and remove structural impediments to two-way trade, including through recent Joint Trade Committee dialogues between the two countries. These excellent efforts aim to identify policy measures that can facilitate greater market access, promote investment, and strengthen private sector engagement across sectors. Beyond bilateral trade, Myanmar and India continue to explore opportunities for deeper cooperation in investment, agriculture, banking, and financial connectivity. Notably, initiatives such as the Rupee Chat Myanmar currency, Rupee Chat Trade Settlement Mechanism, which already operationalized in 2024, represent forward-looking steps to enhance financial integration and support smoother transactions between our countries. As we discuss economic growth, it is essential to place connectivity at the heart of our shared agenda. Connectivity is not merely physical infrastructure. It is about knitting together markets, people, and cultures to generate inclusive prosperity. India regards Myanmar as a gateway to Southeast Asia, and Myanmar values India's pivotal role in strengthening linkages with the broader Asian regions. In this context, our collaboration on major transport and logistics projects stands as a testament to long-term vision. Like you all know, the Calendar Multimodal Transit Transport Project, a flagship initiative under India's active policy, aims to link the eastern Indian seaport of Kolkata to the Sittwe deep sea port in Myanmar, and further by river and road to India's northeast, connecting to the northeast. This project is expected to unlock trade corridors, reduce transportation time and cost, and expand economic opportunities for broader communities and industries alike. Meanwhile, the progress on the Asian highway and trilateral highway networks, including connecting India, Myanmar, and Thailand, illustrates how regional connectivity can be translated into real-world mobility for goods, people, and ideas, fostering greater integration within South and Southeast Asia. Connectivity extends also to human capital and cultural exchange. Our border regions are home to vibrant communities, India and Myanmar border regions, with shared traditions and social ties. Initiatives that enable sustainable mobility while respecting security and regulatory frameworks serve to strengthen people-to-people trust and deepen economic engagement at the grassroots level. Our collective work towards enhanced connectivity and economic cooperation contributes to stable and resilient growth across the region. As regional policy frameworks evolve, including India's neighborhood policy and broader ASEAN-India partnerships, Myanmar remains committed to pursuing collaborative solutions that yield prosperity for all of us. In conclusion, let me reaffirm Myanmar's strong interest in further building economic bridges with India, particularly in the domains of trade facilitation, infrastructure development, investment cooperation, and enhanced connectivity. Our shared history and common future make this partnership not only beneficial, but essential for broader regional growth. Thank you once again to the organizers, distinguished delegates, and all participants for your kind attention and patience and strong commitment to advancing cooperation between our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very comprehensive yet lucid presentation, which I am sure helps us to conceptualize the necessities of ensuring greater and deeper regional integration in the coming times. May I now request Mr. Tariq Chayan to kindly make his presentation?
Good afternoon to all. So this is Tariq. I'm the first secretary press here in Bangladesh Deputy High Commission. So I didn't come here to speak. I came here to listen because all are very distinguished guests here. So one thing I can say from my position that we want as a Bangladeshi, we want good cooperation among the all countries. Okay, especially with our neighboring countries, and I'm very grateful that I have been invited here, especially to Sitaram Da and Rahul Da, and the organizers. They regular organize very good programs here in Kolkata, so it's very hard to refuse a program when Sitaram Da invite us. So I wish all the very best to the programs, and we are looking forward to better cooperation among the neighboring countries. So thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. Thank you very much. You see, although it is not scheduled, but then I can always take liberty with my friend Ambassador, and I would like to request him to make some observation, because economic relations are the key of the neighborhood relationship. Excellency.
Thank you very much. You rightly said, sir, that as Bill Clinton, I think, said, this economy is stupid. So I think that economic engagement is the key to any concrete and substantive partnership or relationship. As we spoke in the morning also, that India has been continuously working with all its partners in the neighborhood by providing them a significant market access to its largest economy. We are the fourth largest economy, going to be the third largest economy, fastest growing major economy. And we want that all our neighbors must be partners in this progress of ours. We want to share it with all our neighbors. Connectivity, as the Honorable Consul General mentioned, is also extremely important, because unfortunately our region has been the least connected of all. But this is something that we have been trying to work, whether it is through roads, railway networks, waterways, or for that matter, doing those connectivity which are like Kaladan Highway, Eastern Corridor, under the BBIN project, under the BIMSTEC project. So there are several projects for connectivity that we have currently which are going on, and which are going to basically connect the South Asian neighborhood with East Asian neighborhood. So our Act East policy will be integrated into our neighborhood first policy, and which is a win-win situation for all the countries. India there is another major connectivity projects that was launched in 2023, which is India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. Although many people say that because of the Israel-Hamas war, this has been stopped, but that's not true, because the connectivity with UAE, connectivity with Saudi Arabia continues, and various projects and harmonization is continuing a process. Likewise with Israel also. But we are not looking at it only starting from India. When we look at it, we are looking at it, the whole of South Asia will benefit from it, because India can be the hub in that sense. And therefore, we must consider that the economy has many dimensions. We have taken care of the energy security of all our neighbors, whoever needs it, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Bangladesh, or Sri Lanka for that matter. So throughout India has become a hub of their energy security to a great extent in the past, and it's continuing, and that's the progress. Because energy is very important for the economic growth, and that's why it is something that we have continued to do so. And there are many projects in the pipeline, and those are the ones that we are going to see fructifying over time. There are always in these relationships, as I mentioned in the morning, there could be always some small roadblocks, but they are not hard stop. Those are some things that we need to overcome, whether it is political transition in certain countries, or whether it is a change by their people. So, but all those are natural processes, and those natural processes, like they say, water finds its level. So we also feel that the politics will find its level, and India continues to remain committed to the economic prosperity and growth of all our neighbors. And we want to work with them, and that is a fact, and which has been proven time and again through the billions of dollars of investment and assistance, rather, which India has provided to all our neighbors.
Excellency, I think you have summed up it so well. In fact, prosperous, economically strong neighbors are in the strategic interest of our country, of India. So it is very important that all of them become economically prosperous. So with these words, I again hand it over to Shantanu to make the chair's observation and then carry forward to the next session. Please, Shantanu. Yeah, we will have a Q&A after you make your, or you, before that we can have a Q&A, and then you make chair's observation. Okay, thank you.
So,
I'm sure there would be many questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My question is to the Honorable Consul General. India is the land of the Buddha, Lord Buddha, and Myanmar rivers Lord Buddha. So, can we not have more religious pilgrimage and tourism from Myanmar and more tourism from India to Myanmar? Because now Indians have disposable income, and instead of going to further countries, Myanmar has a lot to offer. So, it is a win-win situation for both the countries. You know, more flights, more connectivity. And what about the road, the Asian road highway from India via Myanmar to Thailand? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. for your kind question. It is the pilgrimage and culture connectivity is already booming between our two countries. Because yearly, many Myanmar pilgrims, they made a visit to Bodh Gaya, a Saket store, to all of India, directly through Gaya and as well as from the Kolkata, because we have the direct flight 3 times a week in Kolkata from Myanmar, and of course, vice versa. Many Indians pilgrimage also make visits for pilgrimage purposes in Myanmar. Another thing is there are many medical treatments from Myanmar patients in India, especially in Kolkata and other big cities. And Kolkata also receives many Myanmar patients for the treatments. It is also very progressing, booming. Thank you. And for the trilateral highway, I think my colleague, the economic attaché, will elaborate a bit about it.
Thank you, the organizer, all the dignity, Honorable Consul General of Myanmar. So allow me to add some points about the project. So actually, there is 2 main projects. So that was mentioned by the Honorable Consul General. So one is the multi-modal transport project, the Kalajan project that is ongoing on. And according to the recent remarks by the government officials of India, so that project will be done in 2027. So we do hope finish in time. So another project is that the trilateral highway. That's also currently is going on. So we also hope to finish in predefined time frame as well. So these 2 projects can help the connectivity between not only our 2 nations, but also this gateway through Myanmar, and India can go through the Northeast states and through to the Southeast Asian nation as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. My question is to the Consul General of Myanmar. My question is, can you put some light on educational cooperation between India and Myanmar?
Thank you for the question. Mr. It is a very broad in terms of which cooperation and education. There are many cooperation is already going on between the 2 countries. many higher education or the secondary level education, many private sector as well as the government sector, like the XS as Ali said, many development cooperation from Indian side already providing assistance to both the government as well as the private sector education cooperation, educational development, and also some private sector education institutions from India. They are expressing their very much willingness to go visit Myanmar and make some further the existing cooperation. There are many still going on. That's all I can say because of your very broad question. Thank you.
Can we have some figure regarding the medical education between two countries?
Regarding this question, yes, some private, like I forgot some of the names of the some hospitals in India, in Kolkata. They approached our consulate to further strengthen this kind of education. But mostly here, and like I said in my previous explanation, there are many Myanmar patients for various treatments in Kolkata as well as in other big cities, mega cities in India. So yeah, maybe it is also booming very soon for the medical one, like you said.
India has a new policy 2020. In that process, there is an internship for the students. Now, Myanmar has a good number of industries where they require interns. Now, can the interns from India be accommodated in some form in your country to train them for a particular point of time? So the intercultural relationship they can Indian can have. So that is a critical part of it. There is internship program for the students studying in universities and schools. Now, those who are in the undergraduate program and the postgraduate program, they have an internship program. Student can go to Myanmar industries to learn and get trained. When they go there and get trained for 1 year, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, they also adapt and learn about the culture of Myanmar. And the students who come to India, they also, from Myanmar, they come to India, they also can learn. And this is also revives the historical relationship India and Myanmar have in the 60s. Because Calcutta University used to be the center for one of the Myanmar education system till 60s. So for that reason, I was wondering if that feasibility can be explored for Indian students to go to Myanmar and get trained there for 3 months or 2 months, which will create a better understanding between the two countries and cultures.
Okay, thank you for the question, and I understand it, and thank you very much for your suggestion for the 2-3 months for Indian, not the other way around from India to Myanmar internship. Yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
So if there are no questions, probably I could, at this juncture, probably it would be safe to say that connectivity could take place it is always a multi-level development and approach. You could have connectivity approach between two states or in a region or through a regional forum in one way, but that any sort of connectivity can only succeed provided, one, you have a strong history going behind it, and two, if there is popular acceptance for it. In case of Asian connectivity, particularly covering South, Southeast and large parts of East Asia, there you have both these points in action. You have a strong history behind it. Here, just sticking to India-Myanmar relations, for instance, there were some questions regarding education policy, etc. Yes, you are correct. Before Rangoon University came up, for instance, you had two affiliating colleges in Burma, it was not Myanmar then, which were affiliated to Calcutta University, Judson College, and I've forgotten the name of other college. Now, I think in 2012 or 13, when Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister, he took a revival scheme of making greater educational linkages, and Calcutta University was invited. But instead of tying up with Rangoon University, Calcutta University was asked to make an MOU with a new university which was sponsored by the ruling, it was called Dagon University, which is a little distance from here. We used to have an ongoing program for nearly 5-6 years, which included faculty exchanges, regular seminars, and there were we had I think 2 students who came, and in Calcutta University we had also introduced a language teaching program. Unfortunately, it couldn't be continued for very long. The primary reason was, the primary reason cited was we are not having enough students. That was the university bureaucracy's approach of winding it down. But as we all know, the real reason was very low funding available. So if there are funding available, I don't think this is something which could be revived again. So this is one example how connectivities could work. And as a part of that program, when we had visited Dagon University, we had seen how interested, how the Indian bureaucracy there, located in Yangon, were taking initiatives to encourage activities of these sorts. Students were interested. We shared curriculum there, and curriculum. One problem in one current problem is Myanmar was encouraging a lot of private investment. So you had a lot of, for instance, foreign universities having branches in neighboring countries like Thailand, for instance, who were beginning to set up their own campus slots there. I don't know, I mean, my visit to Myanmar was, I think my last visit was around 2017-18. So I don't know what's the situation right now. So if we manage to encourage some of our Indian private universities to go out setting up campuses there, there is going to be a competition. But any sort of competition, these sort of competitions are healthy. You have to compete with other foreign universities, and you have to attract student talent there. Whether how much, and as for training of Myanmar student, you have ongoing programs here, like ITech being offered at RIS, for instance, for long, along with for people coming in from other countries, you have a sizable section coming in. Let me give you another example where cultural connectivity could work out. Calcutta, again, during colonial times, we usually regard colonial times as something very regressive for Indian development and all that. In Calcutta, you had a Sinhalese Buddhist scholar, Anagarika Dharmapal, who sets up Mahavadi Society here. And because Mahavadi Society here initiated a Buddhist revival movement, they managed to rediscover and reprint a lot of Buddhist texts. And in order to study it, you had steady stream of Buddhist monks from all neighboring countries, including Bhutan, including Myanmar. And in order to encourage further visits, what happened was Calcutta University started an MA course in Pali language, so that they could, some of these Buddhist bhikshus could also enroll for a full-fledged MA program here. The Pali program still runs, but I do not really have numbers on how many students really come from Myanmar anymore. But also the infrastructure, the old linkages, there is a history of these sort of connectivity. It only requires a little bit of initiative from the present dispensation to really work this out.
This question is related to respected councillor, sir. Now, the Kaladhan and Chindwin tributaries of Brahmaputra, the water and everything is affecting India. So, the deforestation now in the border areas has an effect on the monsoon pattern of India and also the monsoon patterns of Myanmar. So, are we what are the sustainable or what are the sustainable goals of the country towards interest of both the countries to have a better water and better air and better environment? Because I am a environmental kind of activist, so I have a social cause which is related to trees. So I would like to know what is the country having an approach on the water and the scarcity relations.
Thank you for the question. It's also another very specific and very experts answer needs. But what I can say is that both the governments are taking initiatives to consider their environmental impacts of the entire project as well. That's what I can comment on this time. Thank you.
So it's time to close this session. May I request a big hand for all the panelists here?
Thank you very much. A small gift of appreciation for our speakers here. May I request Mr. Jasmeet Singh to please come. He's doing a lot of work on the environmental area, to please present a token of appreciation from our behalf to the Excellency, please. Mr. Amar Kumar, if you can please come. Mr. Shantanu, Professor, and we have Aditi ji here, to Mr. Chayan, who's, thank you for coming. Thank you. A big round of applause for all our speakers here this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellency, we can have you sitting here, please. Thank you. आप बैठे रहें sir, Ambassador sir, please. Our next panelists, we have Aditi. I'd like to
Good afternoon again. We come to the last panel, which focuses on challenges and opportunities in India's neighborhood, new dimensions. And what's the good thing is, in order to face and analyze some of these challenges, we have a panel where I have one of my younger colleagues from Department of Pol Science, Jigme Yeshi, and two of my students, former students, Dr. Riddhi Bhattacharya from Scottish Church College and Shubhadeep Bhattacharya. May I first request the way we would proceed is I would first request the three speakers to make their presentations, and then probably we could go for a detailed discussion on their presentations. Okay, great. You are here also. Okay. So may I first request Dr. Jigme Yeshi to kindly make his presentation.
Okay, hello. Very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers and the chair for giving me this opportunity. The title of my presentation, the way that I have framed it, is The Tibet Tango in the Dance of the Dragon and the Elephant. Foreign policy or foreign policies can be actually seen as a dance, and modern day relationships, especially diplomatic ties between nations, are well choreographed, complex performances. The idea of foreign policy as a dance evokes a sense of harmony, balance, and cooperation. Furthermore, the duet between two nations depends entirely on partnership and perfect synchronization. Through the dance among countries, commercial ties drive economic growth and shared prosperity. The dance can lead to defense ties as well as linkages between countries. Moreover, viewing the relationship between countries as a dance can also be linked to notions of control, power and authority. Thus, the dance between countries can be comprehended, or the way that I have comprehended them, is in terms of a Western modernist idea of a linear progression directed by nation states. Alternatively, it should be noted that dance has multiple connotations, many of which are associated with aggression, conflict, war, as well as death. For instance, some Tibetan Buddhist ritual dance performances in monasteries, which are known as the cham, they portray death, which is nonetheless linked to ideas of impermanence and liberation for Buddhists. Now, going back to the idea of foreign policy as a dance, David Malone uses the trope of a dance to analyze India's foreign policy in his book, Does the Elephant Dance? Contemporary Indian Foreign Policy. Furthermore, a specific example that employs, or that has always employed, the dance trope, which has been popularly portrayed, is that of the dance between a dragon and an elephant. And it deals, as we know, with the relationship between India and China. To commemorate the 75th anniversary of India-China ties, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, New Delhi, had published a special issue of the quarterly magazine, China-India Review, which was titled A Dragon-Elephant Tango. The Chinese President Xi Jinping had, in his message to the Indian President, described India-China ties as the Dragon-Elephant Tango, which symbolized a harmonious partnership between the country's emblematic animals. He noted that realizing this tango is the right choice for both countries, as it serves the fundamental interests of both nations and the peoples. The idea was actually invoked recently by President Xi Jinping, who in his greetings to the Indian President on the occasion of India's 77th Republic Day, stated that the vision of the dragon and the elephant dancing together is the right choice for both the countries. The idea of a dance as a metaphor for understanding the relationship between both the countries was also mentioned or emphasized by the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in 2025, who stressed that the elephant-dragon dance is the only right choice for India and China. Wang Yi's deployment of a dance between the dragon and the elephant is grounded in partnership as well as cooperation, which is a well-synchronized dance. Foreign Minister mentioned how this partnership will contribute to each other's success. As the two largest developing countries, the dance of the dragon and the elephant will accelerate this development. Subsequently, the idea of the dance between India and China is aimed at serving the fundamental interests of both countries and the people. Now, we need to understand that this call for this dance between the dragon and the elephant should be understood in the context of rising tensions between China and the United States, especially against the backdrop of the tariff wars between them. Even India, as we all know, is seen to be at the receiving end of the tariffs imposed by President Trump. I guess something has changed this morning, according to the message posted by the Prime Minister. Chinese Foreign Minister also declared that the dance between the two nations would herald, and I quote, democratization of international relations and development and strengthening of the global South, close quote. The call for a dance between the two countries has emerged primarily from China, amid uncertainty in global politics arising from Trump's policies. This is clear from Xi Jinping's message to India, in which he notes that the tango between the two sides could sustain the current global order in the long term. The metaphor of a dance also reflects Beijing's desire to focus on cooperation rather than competition with its neighbor. Furthermore, the dance between the two is more closely linked to economic and commercial interactions. Chinese officials have long promoted the idea of a dragon and elephant dance, believing that the China-India partnership is a natural alignment given the large populations and fast-growing economies with global influence. Now, since the birth of the PRC and independent India, both nations have at several times attempted to dance together. One of the first examples of this choreography was witnessed during the Panchsheel Agreement in 1954, signed between the two countries. 5 principles of peaceful coexistence was enunciated in the agreement on trade and intercourse between the Tibet region of China and India. Therefore, the first dance between India and China was to strengthen, of course, trade and economic ties. The result of the dance between the dragon and the elephant has always been this idea of shared prosperity. The dance metaphor is based on liberal conceptions of India-China relations grounded in mutual interdependence. Significantly, the India-China tango is based on the presupposition of a natural cooperation between the two nations. As the dance between the dragon and the elephant is deeply imbued in a modern value system, it fails to acknowledge numerous factors and issues that impinge on their relationship. These include the ideas of sovereignty, security, territoriality, and most significantly, Tibet and the Dalai Lama. The Tibet question can be termed as a primordial and a powerful obstacle to a harmonious tango between the dragon and the elephant. Importantly, both countries believe that Tibet is a non-issue, as the region since the 1950s has been firmly under the control of the PRC. Through signing the Panchsheel, Prime Minister Nehru confirmed China's sovereignty over Tibet. The principle of mutual non-interference in the agreement affirmed India's position regarding Tibet. Furthermore, during Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's visit to Beijing in 1988, he also emphasized that Tibet is an autonomous region of China, and also stressed that India will not allow any Tibetans to carry out anti-China activities. Also, the previous prime ministers like Atal Bihari Vajpayee had signed a declaration on principles for relations and comprehensive cooperation with the People's Republic, which also stated that the Indian side recognizes the Tibet Autonomous Region as a territory of the PRC. In a way, India's recognition of Chinese sovereignty over Tibet is a part of this dance between the two nations. Both are post-colonial nation states where the project of nation building in Tibet and the larger Himalayas is an ongoing process. In the aftermath of decolonization, Tibet and the Himalayas became borderlands for both India and China. These spaces were primarily viewed by the ruling elites of both countries as necessary for their security. This is evident in Nehru's view of the Himalayas as a natural border between India and China. Similarly, the Chinese leader Mao Zedong saw Tibet as a backdoor to China which had to be secured. The Himalayas became essential for both countries for security as well as for sovereignty. Hence, this logic drove and still drives both countries to consolidate their position in the Himalayas. It has led to the Chinese takeover of Tibet in 1950-51 and the signing of defense agreements by India with Nepal, Bhutan, and also with Sikkim. During the same period, the Indian military officer, Major Bob Khating, established Indian administrative control over the border town of Tawang by reaching the area located near the McMahon line and unfurling the tricolor. There are several additional narratives similar to regarding how India initiated nation building in the Himalayan borderlands. Interestingly, the nation-building projects undertaken by China and India in the Himalayas have also or are seen to be influenced by the overarching governing ideologies of the two countries. Now, the PRC with its communist authoritarian tendencies has followed a relatively homogeneous policy of assimilation and integration of Tibet into the Chinese nation-state, which however has of course varied over the years. To a greater extent, India's nation-building efforts in the Himalayas have been driven by democratic and pluralistic principles, which of course has been occasionally interjected with military force and power. A comparison of the two processes would actually yield interesting results. While the PRC's physical control over Tibet through its state, military and infrastructural apparatus is noteworthy, it has failed in garnering true legitimacy from the larger Tibetan population inside Tibet. This is understood through the series of protests, demonstrations by Tibetans over the years inside Tibet and the undying faith towards the Dalai Lama and Tibetan Buddhism. Nonetheless, both countries believe the nation-building projects are successful and complete. Still, the overarching ideology of security and sovereignty in the Himalayas shapes this harmonious dance. The presence of the mythical snow lion, emblematic of Tibet, interrupts this tango between the dragon and the elephant. Before the Chinese takeover, Tibet was an independent country with a unique governing system based on the principles of what in Tibetan is known as the Chusi Sudel, a combination of religion and politics. The country was governed by the Dalai Lama and the government known as the Ganden Podrang government, which was a fully functional state. There were also, of course, several smaller principalities, chiefdoms, and kingdoms inside Tibet, which were autonomous. Furthermore, the Tibetan state and its governing system influenced the neighboring Himalayan states. The Dalai Lama's government even had foreign relations with other countries, including British India. Now, this backdrop is essential for us to understand because it totally influences the dance of the two Asian giants. Tibet is seen as directly affecting relations between the two nations as understood through the ongoing or through the border tensions. For instance, the Doklam issue of 2017 and the Galwan Valley clashes are connected to Tibet. These clashes are linked to the long-running boundary dispute between the two countries. However, it should be emphasized that both countries have actually inherited the borders that initially belonged to Tibet. Additionally, the India-China tango is disturbed by China's claims over Tawang, which are directly linked to the Tibet question. China has always cited Tibet's pre-1951 ties with the region as the main reason for claiming its sovereignty. The argument's rationale is that Tawang used to pay taxes to the Tibetan government in Lhasa. With the local Tibetan government integrated into the People's Republic of China, Tawang should logically be under China's jurisdiction. It is an altogether different matter that Tibet had ceded Tawang to the British Indian government during the Shimla Agreement of 1940. The agreement created the McMahon Line and also divided Tibet into Inner Tibet and Outer Tibet. However, it also invoked the idea of China enjoying suzerainty over Tibet. Still, the Dalai Lama's plenipotentiary, the representative of Tibet, the Prime Minister, Longchen Shatra, was accorded the same status as the representatives of British India and Republican China. During the meetings and in the aftermath of the meetings signing, Tibetan independence was de facto recognized. Newly independent India inherited the treaties that were signed by the British Raj, including the Shimla Agreement and its product, the McMahon Line, and also the control over Tawang. For the PRC, the McMahon Line and Tawang outside its control are major contradictions, as both are emblematic of Tibet's past independence. These are anomalies for the post-colonial Chinese nation state that needs to be corrected. In fact, the Tibet issue and Tibetans are examples of abnormalities for the modern post-colonial nation state. The Tibet question, with its associated baggage of fluid territorialities, multiple legitimacies, heterogeneous sovereignties, the refugees, does not fit within the uniform, singular perspective of the modern nation state. Thus, Tibet and the Tibetans are seen as remnants of an archaic order that serves at best as an irritant to the modern nation state. Tibet and the anomaly it creates act as an obstacle to the dance of the dragon and the elephant. Hence, a harmonious dance between the two countries can only happen if the Tibet issue is truly resolved. Now, the India-China tango is further affected by the presence of the 14th Dalai Lama, the Tibetan government in exile which was established by him, and the Tibetans living on Indian soil. After the failed uprising against the PRC in 1959, the Dalai Lama, along with tens of thousands of Tibetans, fled to India and other South Asian countries. India gave asylum to him and has since assisted the Tibetans in building the refugee settlement camps as well as other institutions. Ever since then, the presence of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetans has become a major bone of contention between India and China. The government in exile was actually established by the Dalai Lama in 1959. And this government is based on democratic principles with an elected executive and a 45-member parliament in exile. From 2011, the Dalai Lama devolved his political power to an elected head known as the Sikyong, or the president. I guess 2 days back we had elections taking place of the government in exile. Now the government in exile has all the trappings of a fully functional state. However, it remains internationally unrecognized and lacks de jure sovereignty over territory in both Tibet and in exile. India views the Tibetan government in exile as a rehabilitation body for the Tibetan refugees. Significantly, the government in exile and the Dalai Lama, they seem to be challenging the legitimacy of the Chinese inside Tibet. From the 1960s till present, the Tibetans in exile have spearheaded a strong international campaign against the Chinese rule in Tibet. Due to their efforts, several countries have expressed their solidarity with the Dalai Lama as well as with the Tibetans. In fact, in 2024, the US President Joe Biden signed the Resolve Tibet Act, which seeks to foster substantive dialogue without preconditions between the People's Republic of China and the Dalai Lama, his representatives or democratically elected leaders of the Tibetan community, or explore activities to improve prospects for dialogue that leads to a negotiated agreement on Tibet. The Tibetans have also received excellent support from the host country, India. Over the years, successive governments at the center as well as in the states have provided the necessary assistance, strengthening the Tibetan movement. Now, Indian assistance to the Tibetans has a security dimension, as their presence on Indian soil acts as a buffer against China. The most well-known figure in the Tibetan movement is the 14th Dalai Lama, who on his 90th birthday in 2025 reaffirmed his position on reincarnation. According to the Tibetan spiritual leader, his reincarnation will be solely looked after by his office, the Ganden Podrang Trust, which is based in Dharamshala, India. Hence, through this pronouncement, the Dalai Lama has sought to thwart any kind of Chinese interference in his reincarnation. Nonetheless, the Chinese state will appoint its own Dalai Lama in the near future in accordance with the laws formulated for reincarnation. This particular law was formulated in 2007, and this is the measures on the management of the reincarnation of living Buddhas. They have also stressed the primacy of the golden urn method for selecting the reincarnation of Tibetan Lamas, including the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama. Now, the Qing dynasty had started this particular method of choosing its bureaucrats, and subsequently it extended it to recognize the reincarnates. Therefore, in the near future, the issue of the Dalai Lama's reincarnation will also act as a major hurdle to this harmonious dance between India and China. Hence, in conclusion, the dance of the dragon and the elephant is seen to be affected by the Tibet tango, as the snow lion is seen to be dancing on its own tune, a tune which is actually incomprehensible to both the People's Republic of China as well as to India. Alternatively, the dragon-elephant tango is based in a modern setting which is deeply immersed in the post-colonial nature of these states. Both countries are dancing to a contemporary tune which is deeply hierarchical as well as exclusionary. While leaders of both countries desire a harmonious dance between the dragon and the elephant, it is actually the Tibet factor that prevents them from this very joyous, graceful dance. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jigme, for that very comprehensive presentation. I'm sure we will come back to, there will be questions when we come back to that Q&A session later. May I now request Dr. Riddhi Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, Ambassador Trigunayat, Mr. Rahul Verma, Mr. Sitaram Sharma, Chairperson of this session, Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty, other distinguished guests and speakers, the organizers of this seminar, WEBFUNA, IFUNA, TIPS, and of course, Ms. Aditi Rai Ghotok for giving me an opportunity to speak before such esteemed audience. Now, I would like to analyze India's neighborhood policy through the lens of peace studies. And there's a slight change in the title that I have given. That the title of my presentation is From Realism to Sustainable Peace, India's Neighborhood Policy and South Asian Stability. Now, we have heard from the morning about how South Asia presents a paradox despite deep civilizational links, cultural proximity, and economic complementarities. And the region continues to experience persistent interstate rivalry, weak regional institutions, and recurring political crisis. India, as the largest economic, political, and military actor in South Asia, occupies a structurally pivotal role. Now, its neighborhood policy has to be understood within this context of post-colonial state formation and regional asymmetry. As the largest successor state to British India, India inherited not only the territorial boundaries but also the hegemonic responsibilities and anxieties. Rather than viewing India as a benign peace builder or an aggressive regional hegemon, one may view India as a post-colonial regional power negotiating legitimacy, security, and dominance simultaneously. Through this presentation, I would like to answer a question: what peace framework best explains India's contemporary regional strategy and its future aim towards sustainable peace? I want to underline that neither realism nor liberalism has alone adequately captured India's approach towards its neighbor. Understanding India's neighborhood policy through the lens of peace studies allows us to see beyond mere politics to questions of structural justice, normative commitments, and prospects for sustainable peace in the region. India's policy, if I may argue, can be a hybrid peace framework that combines deterrence, economic interdependence, cooperative security, and normative leadership for creating sustainable peace and South Asian stability. Over the decades, New Delhi's approach has oscillated between realpolitik and peace building, reflecting both shifting global context and internal strategic positions. By neighborhood policy, I mean India's structured engagement with its immediate geographic neighbors, shaped by proximity, asymmetry, and constant security spillovers. Unlike global foreign policy or maybe Indo-Pacific strategy, neighborhood policy, I think, is less about power projection and more about managing vulnerability, stability, and legitimacy. This distinction is crucial because it is precisely in the neighborhood that peace remains most fragile and most consequential. Traditional international relations through the lens of realism focuses on war, military power, balance of power, deterrence, and state survival. Thus, they tell us what, why, or how war occurs. Peace studies asks us why peace does not last. South Asia is relatively war-free. I'm deliberately saying relatively because I want to discount Operation Sindhu. But South Asia is deeply insecure as there are persistent militarization, poverty, border violence, cross-border terrorism and political instability. This paradox cannot be explained through the lens of realism alone. Peace studies helps us explain why peace remains fragile, while cooperation fails, why grievances persist despite stability. India's relationship with its neighbor is structurally unequal in terms of population, military capacity, economic size, diplomatic reach. This asymmetry creates what scholars like Ashish Nondi or Partho Chatterjee describes as informal dominance, where control is exercised not only through force, but through norms, expectations, and dependency. While India supports regional cooperations like SAARC, its preference for bilateralism over multilateralism has weakened collective South Asian institutions. From a critical perspective, one may say that SAARC's failure is not only due to Pakistan. India's reluctance to constrain itself institutionally has contributed in this. India's neighborhood policy illustrates the post-colonial dilemma. 1, rejecting Western imperialism. 2, while simultaneously reproducing hierarchical regional relations. Thus, India's peace discourse often marks internal contradictions between normative leadership and coercive capacity. India's neighborhood policy cannot be evaluated solely in terms of security outcomes. A post-colonial and critical peace perspective reveals that without addressing power asymmetry and political agency of smaller neighbors, stability will remain fragile. Realism is actually India's default mode. India seeks crisis stability, escalation control, status quo maintenance. All these produces, if I may borrow from Johann Galtung, the father of peace studies, term negative peace, which means war is avoided, but hostility remains. Now, India's neighborhood policy also has certain elements of liberal institutionalism. Liberal peace assumes that trade plus institutions plus democracy plus interdependence is equal to peace. So peace is built through economic integration, regional institutions, people-to-people contact, and democratic norms. But peace leadership or peace, liberal peace institutionalism does not work well in India's neighborhood. Liberal peace needs trust first. South Asia has mistrust first. Institutions do not work when states do not trust intentions. Trade becomes politicized, people-to-people contact is securitized. In South Asia, India is economically, militarily, and demographically dominant. Neighbors fear India's domination, political interference, loss of autonomy. So even cooperative initiatives are seen as India's influence in disguise. This creates the hegemon anxiety which undermines liberal cooperation. Liberal peace assumes stable government, predictable policies, democratic accountability, and there is domestic instability in the neighborhood states. Thus, agreements are not sustained, commitments changes with regimes, regional cooperation becomes hostage to domestic politics. Immanuel Kant, in his famous book, Perpetual Peace, written in the aftermath or during the time of the Reign of Terror, believed the spirit of commerce cannot exist with war. But in the case of South Asia, security concerns override economic logic. For example, India-Pakistan trade suspended despite economic loss, connectivity projects halted after border incidents, visas restrictions, and during crisis, and realistic security logic dominates liberal economic logic. China factor also distorts this liberal peace. China's economic presence changes initiative structures, reduces neighbors' dependencies on India, so neighbors do not feel compelled to integrate with India, and there's a hedge between India's interest and China's interest. So this weakens India-led regional and economic integration, and thus trust-based liberal peace mechanisms. Liberal peace needs exclusive interdependence. South Asia has competitive interdependence. Liberal peace mechanism has been ineffective in India's neighborhood, not because the policy is faulty per se, but because the regional structural condition has deep mistrust. Power asymmetry, weak institutions, and securitized politics systematically undermine the preconditions in which liberal peace depends. Johann Galtung, whom I have referred earlier, his framework is particularly useful here. His contribution was revolutionary because he argued that peace is simply not the absence of war, but the absence of violence in all its forms. Thus, he distinguishes negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace is seen in terms of realist lens, that is, the absence of war, whereas positive peace is absence of violence along with justice, equality, dignity, and cooperation. Galtung introduces three interrelated concepts: direct violence, structural violence, and cultural violence. Together, they explain why societies can appear peaceful yet remain deeply violent. Direct violence, what traditional IR focuses on, refers to physical harm, armed conflict, terrorism, state repression. In South Asia, wars between India, Pakistan, border clashes, insurgencies. Traditional IR and realism largely stops here. Structural violence, which is Galtung's intervention, exists when social, political, and economic structures prevent people from meeting their basic needs without a visible perpetrator. For example, poverty, unequal access to resources, political exclusion, economic dependency. In South Asian context, unequal trade relationships, dependency on larger economies, uneven access to water, energy, mobility, marginalization of border populations. Even without war, people can be harmed daily by unjust structures. Coming to cultural violence, again another point of Galtung's intervention, how violence is normalized. Cultural violence consists of ideas, narrative, nationalist myths, ideologies that justify or normalize direct or structural violence. For example, national security rhetoric, civilizational hierarchies, stability over democracy arguments. In India's neighborhood discourse, interventions framed as stabilizing, coercive actions justified as responsible leadership, cultural violence makes coercion appear legitimate. In what India achieved well is prevention of large-scale war, crisis management, and deterrence-based security. This corresponds to negative peace, but what remains inadequate is addressing power asymmetry, reducing dependency, institutionalizing regional quality, and human security beyond elite. This shows absence of positive peace. Sir, 5 minutes more. Stability on South Asia has been achieved through mechanism of control management than through transformative justice, which limits the depth of peace. I am not saying that India is failing at peace. It is succeeding definitely at negative peace while struggling with positive peace. Now, India from 2010 onward, 2007-8 onwards had pursued the neighborhood first policy. That is, this contemporary policy reflects a strategy combining deterrence, development, diplomacy, humanitarian assistance, cooperative security initiatives, along with security and growth for all in the region, that is the Sagar project. India's neighborhood first policy embodies a bit element of cooperative peace. Now, I want to argue here that all these elements, cooperative peace, realism, peace through the realistic lens, or liberal institutionalization, these are things that generally do not address much of the concern. What is needed is a hybrid model for sustainable peace. This hybridity approach argues that hybridity must be analyzed reflexively, taking into account power relations and historical context. So, what I can say is that India's neighborhood policy cannot rely exclusively on theoretical tradition. India needs to follow a theoretical eclecticism. Pure realism ensures deterrence but breeds mistrust. Pure liberal institutionalization assumes conditions with deep integration and strong institutions that South Asia lacks. Therefore, India's future policy must be a hybrid by design. A hybrid cooperative policy combining 4 pillars. Pillar 1, realism as the security floor, credible deterrence with strategic restraint. Realism explains India's emphasis on deterrence, territorial integrity, and strategic balancing. But the key adjustments are needed. Future realism must be defensive, not domineering, predictable, not reactive, embedded with a cooperative framework. Separate security disputes from economic cooperation, and deterrence should be silent and stable, not performative. Second is the pillar 2, that is liberal peace building as the structural framework, deepening economic interdependence. Rather than creating new institutions, India should strengthen functional cooperative mechanisms and also use multilateral platforms like BIMSTEC, BBIN, as this avoids the veto politics and institutional overload. Focus needs to be on cross-border energy grids, transport corridor, digital public goods. The third pillar is cooperative security as the trust-building layer with shared threat as entry points. Cooperation on survival issues build habits of trust. Cooperative security shifts attention to shared non-traditional threats like climate change, pandemics, cyber threats, maritime insecurity. These threats are non-zero sum and demand collective responses, bypassing political instability and enabling trust building even among neighbors. And the fourth pillar is constructivist glue with norms, identity, and perception. No hybrid strategy succeeds without perception management. India must consciously reshape how it is perceived from regional hegemon to development partner. Key norms that need to be embedded are non-interventionist by default, consultation over coercion, sovereignty sensitivity. The tools for this can be health diplomacy, climate leadership, educational exchange and cultural diplomacy, and soft power positioning. Now, the road towards, the sustainable peace can be that this post-colonial peace theory holds that sustainable peace requires addressing historical injustices, power asymmetries, and epistemic domination produced by colonialism rather than managing contemporary violence. It will succeed not by choosing between realism and peace building, but by sequencing and layering them, using power to protect cooperation, cooperation to reduce insecurity, and norms to sustain peace over time. For scholars of peace studies, the Indian case highlights the limitations of singular peace theories and reinforces the analytical value of hybrid and context-sensitive frameworks while studying regional orders, especially in the global south. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. May I request Shubhodip to kindly make his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I convey my thanks to Professor Shantanu Chakraborty and Mr. Sitaram Sharma for inviting me here to share my views on the topic that I'm going to discuss today. My topic is about India's greater neighborhood. The topic is about India's greater neighborhood in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, I have actually divided my presentation in two parts. One is about the Indo-Pacific itself, the very concept of the Indo-Pacific, and India in framing herself in the Indo-Pacific. To start with, I directly come to the issues that actually are bothering me regarding the Indo-Pacific term. The very term Indo-Pacific is actually a little confusing in the sense that how do you frame Indo-Pacific? Geographically, if you see the region, it's from the shores of Africa to the shores of America. But geopolitically or geostrategically, it's different because the partners, the allies who are claimed as partners and allies, of course, they view the region differently. Like in case of United States, Indo-Pacific to them is the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. To the East Asian countries, Japan, Korea, South Korea, even Taiwan, ASEAN countries, they are more concerned about the Pacific. For Australia, New Zealand, it's about the Pacific. For Australia, it's about the Pacific, and now it's about the Indian Ocean as well. So there is no unanimity regarding how do you define Indo-Pacific. If you want to work in this region, there is one point of convergence, and that is China. And there also is a problem how to handle this country. I mean, recently what the Japanese Prime Minister has said, it didn't forget about others, even Washington did not support openly. How to handle this country? That is another issue which is, in my opinion, enough to bother the very, the preparation regarding the Indo-Pacific strategy and etc. For India, in my opinion, it is more about the Indian Ocean than the Pacific. Why I'm telling you this is because all the partners and the allies of the Indo-Pacific region, as I've said, view the region differently. I was listening to the speeches of the leaders last year's Shangri-La dialogue. American Secretary of War, while he was continuously talking about the Indo-Pacific, if you see the speech, it was more focused on the Pacific. Japan, more on the Pacific. If you see the Indo-Pacific outlook of ASEAN, the policy paper that has been tabled by ASEAN, it's more about Pacific. But about India, it's more about the Indian Ocean. And I don't blame anyone for this because this is what is supposed to happen. Recently in one of my articles, I've argued very strongly that Indo-Pacific is more Pacific than Indo. From the American perspective, it's more about the Pacific. From the East Asian countries, it's more about the Pacific. But what the Americans are saying, and this is what the naval officers who are associated with Indo-PACOM, they are saying this, that we are investing in this region because we want our partners and our allies to augment their capability, their military capability, in order to prepare themselves for amphibious operations. This is very interesting. If you put this statement just beside what recently the Japanese defense minister said at the East Asia Forum meeting in Honolulu that occurred last month, he said that we want to link the independent efforts of our partners and allies to create a web to promote connectivity and synergy. Now, if you see these kind of statements, how does it present itself? Is it a NATO-like military strategy? No. Then what is it? Every country, in my opinion, the Indo-Pacific is actually an elastic, this character is absolutely elastic, where you just put in your own interest in it, just fit in your own interest in it. And you work accordingly. If the Indians are very logically concerned about the Indian Ocean region, which of course it should be, then also it fits in with the Indo-Pacific concept. The Pacific countries are more concerned about the Pacific region. Taiwan is more concerned about its own region. And Taiwan is definitely, of course, Taiwan will not think about what's happening in the Indian Ocean region. And of course, India will not think about what's happening far away in the Pacific. Guam is not a concern for India. For America, it is. Now, why the Americans actually rolled out this concept? John Mishima, an eminent scholar, international relations scholar, he is arguing, and I found it very interesting, he is saying that as the Chinese are becoming more and more powerful, and to borrow the terms of the governments of different countries, more aggressive, the Americans and of course the kind of investment they are making in their naval preparation, not only in terms of how many ships they have the largest navy in the world today, not in terms of ships, but the kind of technological innovations are happening, the kind of surveillance, they are growingly bringing the East Asian waters, South China Sea, East China Sea, whatever, the entire region, growingly they are bringing the activities of their adversaries within their surveillance reach. And that is becoming a concern for America. What Mishima is arguing is that the Chinese are actually growingly challenging the defense structure that the Americans have constructed for the last 50, 60, 70 years. And the Americans are now concerned about it. Now they are looking for alternative routes and also testing, and even in some cases assisting their partners and allies, so that in emergency situation, these partners and allies can help them counter the challenge. And that is the core, and this is what the scholars are arguing, this is the core of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Now, if you put this just beside what the Indians are doing, we are concerned about the Indian Ocean region. Last month, the Indian Navy published its policy paper where it said that it's about the first responder in the Indian Ocean region and as an resistant force for the region itself. So the prime concern for India is the Indian Ocean region. The Pacific comes second, and of course it comes second now because the situation is turning more critical. Say for instance, whenever the Indians test their missiles, they send their NOTAM, and if the Chinese ships, the Chinese vehicles, they come in the scene to collect data. So growingly they are becoming more and more active in the region, and that is why, and please try to understand something, whatever we say Sagar, Mahasagar, we have shifted from Sagar to Mahasagar, expanding our scope, but our prime focus is the Indian Ocean region, and frankly speaking, you cannot think about acting far away from your land unless you have a secure neighborhood. The Americans are blessed with two oceans on both sides and a neighborhood where nobody can challenge them. They can conduct their operations in any country, can take out their president to their country, whatever they can do, and nobody can challenge it. India, story is different. When this Venezuela incident happened, I heard one saying, oh fine, why can't we do it with our neighbors? Whoever tries to disturb us, we can do it. But we can't do it. We have a different situation here. So our prime concern is our own neighborhood, which is not, and here I must refer to the presentation of Dr. Bhattacharya. She has very perfectly presented the situation here. So in this situation, Indian Ocean is a prime concern, and how Americans can help us. Why we are actually associated with the Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific, is because as the if we keep the statement of the naval officers of Indo-PACOM, that we are here to help our allies and partners to augment their capabilities. And if we can get similar help from the Americans, and I'm sure the Americans are going to help us, if they find it, then definitely it's good. The Chagos archipelago now is handed over to Mauritius. But remember, Diego Garcia remains untouched. Initially, the US president supported this. Suddenly he changes his mind, but he supported it. He finds it quite a stupid thing, but actually he supported it. And there is no problem with Diego Garcia. It will continue as it is now today. And India supported this handing over for the point of view of foreign policy principle as well as from because the maritime region is still not under the control. I mean, India is not in a position yet to control our maritime neighborhood because, of course, our Navy, there are a lot of drawbacks, there are a lot of problems we have with our Navy, a lot of allotments are required. This time in the budget, more allotment has been made to the Air Force, and I believe that it's because of the Operation Sindoor, the kind of the way the Air Force actually performed. So we need to upgrade it. So this is very important here. Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific, the greater neighborhood we talk about, but India's prime focus is the Indian Ocean region, and Americans are ready to help us. What the problem today is that why there was so much of hue and cry regarding what the Americans are saying is only because many of American allies for the last 80 years have been habituated with this arrangement that we will keep on doing our economic advancement, etc., etc. If there is any physical challenge, the Americans are here to help us. That is the reason the West European countries are so much baffled. Because, of course, we can't blame them because the Americans always said, we are there to help you. Now they are saying, sorry, take care of yourself. India's strategic autonomy is something which is helping India in that way. We had never been too much dependent on America. These days, stories are changing, but India's policy has always been, we have taken help from others, definitely. And we will keep on because we are not in a position to handle stuff on our own. Now, having said all these things, there is something that India actually needs to think of. Of course, we can't think of militarizing the zone, not possible. That is the reason there had been so much of dithering over the Quad. And I believe Quad is being relegated to second position now because of certain other reasons, which I'm not discussing here. But then, the land borders is an issue. And of course, after Operation Sindoor, after what happened last year, the land borders are becoming more and more important. And not only this, India's land neighbors are now presenting themselves as a different challenge. If we take up the case of Bangladesh, whichever government comes to power, whichever party comes to power, please try to understand something. This will be a new Bangladesh. No Awami League, no Sheikh Hasina, and most importantly, even if most friendly power, political power of Bangladesh will have this obligation to present itself to these people more as an independent entity rather than an Indian friendly, because this had been an issue. In case of Nepal, let's see what happens, but of course challenges, and why I refer here to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh is also a member of Colombo Security Conclave. So we have to take account of what is happening in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh will also play a role in future in the Indian Ocean region. So Indo-Pacific for India is more about Indian Ocean, and here the American help is required. Let's see how the Americans help us. But if it is about augmenting our naval capacity, then definitely it will be helpful, because definitely the Chinese challenge more growingly becoming visible in the maritime zone as well. The border region is there, challenges are there, but the maritime zone is equally important and equally becoming challenging, and therefore the whole situation needs to be handled very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhadeep. May I now invite questions? Yes, please.
Sorry for taking the floor first. I was noticing that ambassador has taken extensive notes on the presentation made by the distinguished panelists. It means two things. One, he has found the presentations worth listening and important. But it does not mean that he agrees whatever has been said. Even I don't agree with many things which have been mentioned. So there is plenty of scope of Q&A. Members will ask, but then I would like to begin not by asking question, to making a request to the ambassador to let us know where he does not agree. I will not request him to speak on where he agrees. Where he does not agree, the kind of line, the kind of propositions which has been made by the distinguished speakers. Your Excellency, please.
You're putting me in the firing line. Well, at the outset, I would like to compliment all the three speakers for exceptionally well-researched points of view, a lot of theory, which I may not be even aware or subscribe to. But the fact remains is that there are real situations, as we talked about since morning, and there are theoretical frameworks. But what we heard is that what India should be doing, because we presume that we are the big power, so we only should do something. We are not taking care of a particular point, that there is a much bigger power, 5 times your economic size, which has the capacity to derail your efforts and has an interest in doing so and has been doing it. So it's very well to say that India should do this, India should do that, India should not do this. But at the same time, the perceptions, we discussed already the lot of problems that we have, some mistakes that we have made. Those mistakes have cost us dearly. How we can rectify that, that's very much there. So instead of going on each of the projects or the presentations, like there was a very beautifully put dance between the dragon and the elephant. India today is looking to be a tiger, no longer. So this dance is actually on individual tunes, not on the something that is mutually congruent. Each one has its own geostrategic considerations and working on that to neutralize a possibility of a conflict in the first place. Both China and India, I firmly believe, don't want a war, because both are looking at economic prosperity and reaching at a certain point, China by 2049, India by 2047. So that's what their aim is. But that does not mean that the war will not happen. Wars happen because there are other actors also. In our region today, we have Russia, we have China, we have US, we have Turkey. All of them are playing their individual roles. So you can't discount them. And they are working. As far as China is concerned, one of the greatest advantages they have is that it's a totalitarian state. We are a democratic state. They don't have to go to war with us. They can simply refuse to issue a visa to people from Arunachal Pradesh, and we get completely rattled. We don't respond. India, in my view, has 3 T's as the options against China. First is Tibet, as our friend Dr. Lama brought out. The second is Taiwan, and third is technology. So these are the three T's on which we can work in case we have to counter China. Coming back to Indo-Pacific. Dr. Bhattacharya has given an excellent viewpoint, but today we do not live in completely segregated geographies. They impact everywhere. United States is the only country in the world which has the power to operate in every geography today. No other country has it. China is reaching there closely. But in my view, China is not seeking to be militarily superior to the United States. They are looking to be technologically superior to the United States. Because the future wars, as the Op Sindoor would indicate to you, is going to be the war of the future, which will be fought in the technological and space domain. It will not be the physical war like we go. This time we have seen not a soldier cross the border. Everything happened just across in the space. So that is what China is thinking. They are investing a great deal in technology, and technological superiority is what, which I say, you know, we only heard the words geopolitical, geoeconomic contestation. There is a geo-religious contestation and there is a geo-technological contestation that is also taking place simultaneously. And we need to understand that's very important. You mentioned about the US help. Of course, we have signed all these famous agreements with them, LEMOA, CONCASA and others with the Americans. But what President Trump has done to India, frankly, I think it's a blessing in disguise. There is a section in our society, in our foreign policy and the government establishment, which firmly believes that putting your eggs in the American basket is the best policy. At least you have learned the lesson that you need not do that. That's not going to bite. That's going to bite you in the foot. So that's something I hope we have learned a lesson. Though some deal apparently has been signed, we don't know the fine print of it. But that's something there. That if you even continue to believe that if we have a war with China tomorrow, the Americans or XYZ will come to help you, then we are living in a fool's paradise. They will not. They will come here to save themselves, their own interests, be in the Pacific or be anywhere else. They will not come to rescue you or support you. You have to fight your own battle. And we have to be prepared for that. We have shown to China in Galwan what happened thereafter 5 years. Chinese very well understand that India will stand up to them, and that is their fear. So it's not that they have suddenly one fine day woke up and said, okay, we must be very great friend with Modi. Like Trump every day calls Prime Minister Modi is a great friend and next day stabs you in the back, disrespects you. That's not something that we are looking for. So we must have the competition with cooperation with China. Question of Indo-Pacific, yes, we are a resident power in the Indian Ocean. It's acknowledged by everybody. We are not looking to go into the Pacific. Nobody expects us to go into the Pacific. But what is Indo-Pacific? As the Japanese president said in addressing the Indian Parliament, confluence of the two seas, the most powerful seas. So it comes from there, the strength of it. It's a collaborative mechanism. India does not believe, and as you know, Prime Minister Modi in 2017 at Shangri-La Dialogue, you also referred, clearly said, India does not want to contain China, whereas Americans do. Japanese would like to, Australian would prefer to. India has not said it that we are there to contain. What we want is freedom of navigation, free and open Indo-Pacific, the rule-based order. That's what is our problem. Do you know that we are talking about rule of law? What kind of a rule of law are we talking about? There is a law of the seas, UNCLOS. China has signed it, violates it. United States has not even ratified it till today. They come into your waters and they say it's our right to go, right of passage. Don't even ask permission from India. You're supposed to be their global comprehensive strategic partner. So how do you, I think that in foreign policy, that's why I say, I'm a realist to the core that if peace prevails, that's the quest for India going forward. But peace can only come through strength. Strength means comprehensive power, means economic power, military power, and you have to continue to work on that. Thank you.
Is there time to take a couple of questions from the audience? Yes. May I invite questions from the audience? If there are any, yes, please.
I'm J.K. Chatterjee. I want to highlight one point, the success of Vatican, where you have a one pope, either from Argentina or wherever it is. And the whole world, all the Christianities, they all have their religions to him. Why? We cannot make Dharamsala a Vatican. So, what lies the difference? Is it cultural or is it historical, whatever it may be, I don't know, or political? It's spiritual. But the Pope is a spiritual head. He's a spiritual head.
Probably, if there are any more questions, are there any more questions for anyone in the panel? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Akash. I have a question for Dr. Subhadeep. You talked a lot about how people don't agree on the term of Indo-Pacific and how it's a very elastic concept. So why not get rid of the term altogether?
Thank you for the question. Seeing Dharamshala as the Vatican, there are popular narratives which does say that Dharamshala or earlier Lhasa was the Vatican for the Buddhists and all. But then the Dalai Lama, who resides in Dharamshala and earlier used to stay in Lhasa, is the head of the Tibetan Buddhists. So not of all the Buddhists. As you know, that Buddhism also has different schools, they have different sects, and they have different denominations. So in that way, it's not the same as Rome and Vatican. Yeah, so that kind of a difference is there. But what has happened is the Dalai Lama is seen to be focusing immensely on the Nalanda school of Buddhism. So the Nalanda school of Buddhism has a kind of a pan appeal to all the different Buddhist schools. That's why I did not mention this because of the time constraint. One thing is he has this pan-Himalaya following. So all the way from Ladakh till Tawang, as well as Buddhists from other countries, including Theravada Buddhists from Vietnam and the others, they've been offering a lot of these long life prayers to the Dalai Lama, which actually adds to his legitimacy. Thank you.
And if I may add, Dharamshala, unlike Vatican, connotes something different. It's a place, it's a peaceful place, a place for abode where everyone is welcome. Not really a place which conjures up the idea of developing a sort of confronting ideology, perhaps.
The context are very different. The idea, one is Western Catholic, Christianity, and the other is absolutely, yeah. Even for Buddhism in Tibet, there is also two schools, the Panchen Lama and how he has been appropriated by the Chinese authority, and the Dalai Lama. So it is not a uniform Buddhism as such. The yellow hats and the brown hats, they all have their different denomination and understanding. So it is not a, as he rightly said, not a whole pan-Buddhist framework, though the Dalai Lama tries to portray that.
that was a very good question. Thanks for that question. Actually, Indo-Pacific, as I say, that it's about fitting your own idea, your own interest to it. The Americans have their own reason why they have rolled out the Indo-Pacific. Now, think about war on terror. Why was that needed? And think about the participants. For the Americans, Al-Qaeda was the enemy. For the Sri Lankan government, it was the LTTE. All were fitting their own interest to this war on terror and how the Americans were resisting them. How they could get, and for the Chinese, it was the Uyghur Muslims. So, for the Indo-Pacific, one thing is common, that is the rise of China and how to handle China, frankly speaking. Such a big country, such an economic power, investing so much in the military, investing so much in technology, how to handle it. And since the Chinese have problems with most of their neighbors are really concerned. Now the Chinese are also concerned about, Chinese don't recognize Indo-Pacific. They don't, they say there is Asia-Pacific, but there is no Indo-Pacific. Even the Russians also don't. Lavrov, last year only, when he came to Delhi, when he was asked about Indo-Pacific, he said there is no Indo-Pacific. The focus, now the point is that, where lies the focus? The focus is their respective areas. For the Pacific countries, it's the Pacific. For India, it's the Indian Ocean region. The distant regions come second. But then, if the Americans saying we are ready to help you, and every country wants to augment their military power for some reason or other. So if you can just integrate yourself with that one, then definitely it will be helpful for you. And that is the reason nobody is going to give up on this. Yes, here's one question, please.
Just simply as a query to enrich myself. There's a lot of discussion going on in Delhi, especially the current government, that the Tibet decision by Nehru is a mistake, historical blunder, because that telegram, the sovereignty or suzerainty. So you can elaborate, that's a mistake or not? Because some people think that 62 what the China attack, because the India have given shelter to Dalai Lama, because China have two wounds, one is Taiwan and one is Tibet. So you can elaborate, what's it, blunder or not?
We are always wiser by the hindsight, and we can always comment on what happened. But it is true that we had no boundary with China. We had boundary with Tibet only. We used to have a consulate in Lhasa in the beginning. And those considerations, of course, have been written a lot why it happened. Today, when you look at it from your strategic perspective, but especially thinking that the way the Chinese stabbed you in the back in '62, then obviously you consider it as a big mistake. That's often called as the Himalayan blunder also. So I think that if you look at it in the perspective in the 20th or 21st century today, then it's definitely a mistake. But if you were to see at the compulsions of Nehru at the time, that India was not in a position to really, it was internationally it could talk, but militarily it was far too weaker to be able to take on China, which was having some other ideas in its mind while talking of Panchsheel and all that we talked in the morning. So China is a master in deception. We have not learned that lesson, then there is something wrong with us. So that's why I always say we must have a competition with cooperation with China. That's a necessity and compulsion. But at the same time, let us not forget that China is going to be our challenge in every geography.
So if there are no more questions, I would sum up, because of the brilliant presentations of the panelists and the excellent summing up as expected from Ambassador Tridigunnath, there's hardly much left for me to say. So I will essentially stick to 3 points. Number one, while listening to the speakers and the ambassador, I was reminded of that book which came out about 10 years back of the American scholar Robert Kaplan on Revenge of Geography, in which he had focused upon the Eurasian region, that how geographical and geopolitical considerations made violence an essential continuing thing here. Now, if we consider South Asia, and because we are talking about greater connectivity here, our neighborhood, in spite of super, Herculean or efforts on the part of our policymakers of different regimes who are in power in different times, this area is going to generate a lot of violence, probably because of internal dynamics, as has been pointed out, the difference between state and the nation, which continues in large parts of South Asia, etc. So in spite of our best efforts, we must accept that there are going to be troubles flaring up in different parts in different manner, and the best we could do is try to negotiate and arrive at some sort of a consensus which aims at regional development in spite of these ongoing violences. That's number one. Number two, neighborhood. How do you really define your neighborhood? Now, this is not a problem which comes to us post 1947. This has been a problem troubling us even before, because we know the Foreign and Political Office established by the British government was very much important in India, and they faced this problem. How do you do it? For the British government, it was very simple. India was the second strategic base of the empire. If you look at post 1857 conflicts, global conflicts faced by Great Britain, India, the Indian army played a major role everywhere, ranging from the Boxer Rebellion in China, Boer War in South Africa, right down to Second World War. So there was no difference. India was important because of its strategic base and strategic location, which connects there an important midpoint in their Afro-Asian empire. Now, how did the Indians, we try to counter it? We tried to counter it, the Indian nationalists tried to counter it by claiming, no, we have peaceful civilizational connectivity, etc. Mind you, terms which we are still using now, connectivity. But problem was, first, to define a neighborhood, you have to define yourselves territorially, something which Shivashis was pointing out in an earlier panel. And this was very difficult to do. For the British government, India was what they had created around 1857-58. This was their version. Later on, through colonial context, they will keep on adding on. Burma, Myanmar, for instance, would be a part of would be administered along with India till 1937. You had other areas being conquered. So, but by and large, they were giving to you an India post 1858. How would you counter that? Should you go back to pre-British times? Do you go back to Mughal map of India, where probably Kandahar till the time of Shah Jahan was a part of the Mughal Empire? Or would you like to go further back to Ashokan Empire, because you have Ashokan inscriptions discovered in Kandahar? Would anyone accept it? So how do you define neighbor? This was a problem which would vex both the British government as well as the Indian nationalists continuously. Because if you look at British Foreign and Political Office, and Indian MEA would emerge out of it, from 1920s onwards, they were trying to appoint their own agents in what they defined as India's neighborhood. Now, what constitutes this neighborhood? Initially, it would include neighboring areas like in Burma, like in Siam, today's Thailand, but gradually, as Indian migration increased, the areas in focus began to increase. And not only the Foreign and Political Office, you had another very important department called DEHL, Department of Education, Health and Land, also queried. Gradually, you would be surprised that India's neighborhood, the files, would include areas as far as East Africa and even areas in South America where you had Indians migrating in large numbers. Not only United States and Canada, but it would also include areas like Mexico, for instance. So we are, I would argue, still in search of trying to define India's neighborhood, and that's why you will see a lot of lucidity. We know that we are not, that's why probably SARC is no longer that much talked about, because probably it was a very artificial creation. We are trying to break down the barriers and trying to refine our linkages to Southeast and East Asia and all that, but it's still somewhat hazy, and I think the search is going to go on. The third point is, in trying to search all these things, we need to create a narrative of foreign policy making, a sort of projection. It might be a rhetoric, but at least we need to create it. Have we been, as the Indian state, been able to create it since 1947? Because if you look at our foreign policy focus, the main analysis still dominantly comes from Western academia. And how are they trying to define India today? Oh, India is no longer a middle power. A scholar was writing, I think 6 months back. Because middle powers essentially mean you need to accept the Western liberal order. Because India doesn't accept it, India is no longer a middle power. And they try to define India by using terms like India is an absurd power, India is an absurd power, etc. Are we, is the MEA or think tanks, our academia has done anything? There are certain efforts to try in trying to create a sort of indigenous rhetoric or indigenous approach towards foreign policy projection, but it's still not that much to counter. The other thing is, in our efforts now seem to involve a lot of private players. If you look at India's prestigious Raisina Dialogue, for instance, this is sponsored by a private-run think tank, and which gets, I am told, a lot of sponsorship from foreign governments and foreign institutions and think tanks. So, is the Indian state now planning to outsource its foreign policy projection and its foreign policy narrative to external players? There's nothing wrong in it, but is this being done in a very conscious manner? And if we are doing so, are we succeeding in doing it? Because sometimes, as we are told, outsourcing something leads to better expertise in redefining and holding our foreign policy approach and projection. Are we managing to do it in defining our own neighborhood and our foreign policy making in a major way? That's a question probably we need to ask. But I think we have already exceeded time. So thank you very much. And may I, before I close the session, please invite a big hand for our panelists. And of course, for Ambassador Trigunath and Mr. Sitaram Sharma, being the main organizer of these events. Thank you.
First of all, I am very happy that I invited Ambassador Anil Trivedi for this important seminar. Because normally you see diplomats are, and particularly bureaucrats, foreign ministry bureaucrats, they are very dogmatic, have a closed mind. But what I have observed is this, although it started with the same sentence, if I remember correctly, it started with the real world. And I found Ambassador has been really realist. In all his observations and the remarks, the kind of remarks which he made were really not only very impartial, very frank, very open, and not bound by any dogmatic approach at all, which is very, very important. Friends, we had a very interesting discussion. Throughout the discussion, as Ambassador has rightly said, that dragon is in every room, each room. So in all the discussion, irrespective of the subject, China was all over. How China is playing a role, which is very, very important. I think Lama made a very excellent presentation on this, particularly about the role of China. And when you have people from when you have historians, then you really get a good perspective of the whole situation. The last point which Santanu made, where is Santanu is here? Yeah. He mentioned about the Raisina dialogues. Santanu, I don't believe that we should outsource our foreign policy or even our think tanks. But what do you think, suppose if we start a Raisina dialogue in Kolkata and we discuss about the foreign policy? I know the impact of this. Ambassador knows better that how these think tanks work and operate, and how the policies are being dictated and directed. Friends, I am very happy that here, under our platform, we had a very open, free and frank discussion with a very open mind, and where we discuss about the neighborhood policy, so important for us. And I hope that outcome of this seminar will help us in the better understanding of the neighborhood policy. With these words, I thank you all and thank you very much. Please join for a cup of tea. Thank you.
Before that, we would like to give a small token of appreciation to our speakers who have given such deep insight into all the possibilities which are existing for us with our neighbors, details of that. So may I request Professor Sumant Sood to please come up, very famous educationist who is with us also today. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Can you, to our panelist, Dr. Lama. Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya there, right in the corner. Thank you. Thank you very much. I must thank the ambassador once again and all our distinguished speakers who have been with us and the lovely audience who have been here right from the morning here to get an insight on everything what we have been discussing today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ma'am, can we have you here? We'll take a picture of, please, can you join us, all the speakers and everybody here? Come.